Welcome to the Hollowed Wind campaign, Session 4, Swearing It's the Last. And welcome the players.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
We're all down apart from Evie.
Yes, picking up from where we were last session, the entire party is currently unconscious other than Evie, and the
For
enormous
recap,
dragon
Turtle Island fight.
has just been killed by excessive waves of cannon fire by the Hollowed Wind. You fought a dragon turtle.
We barely did shit.
Specifically
We
an
didn't do
ancient
much.
dragon turtle. What you did was distract it so that it didn't destroy the entire ships.
Yeah. And that's what we do now.
So, all in all, you did your job as a shock squad pretty well. Considering, whole you went on a suicide mission and didn't die thing. But yes.
I wonder how happy
Yeah.
Four Fingers is going to be.
So, the whole party is down. In a boat, steaming, scorched with this heavy, humid...
Minus Evie. Evie is still up.
Evie,
Would Dahlia have fallen into the water where she was flying away from the boat?
Oh, fuck, maybe. Right.
Good question.
Right,
They would send someone out to get Dahlia, though.
yeah. So, as you have now left the boat. No, not... What the fuck was I talking about? What was my brain thinking? As...
POV, no meds.
Yeah, I haven't had ADHD meds and access to them in, like, a week, I think? Nearly?
Oh.
Which is my own fault, but... I lost my prescription. Okay.
Anytime I have my doctor prescribe them, I always make sure that he sends in that there's always at least 3 prescriptions sent that are on file with the pharmacy. That way I don't have to worry about losing them.
No,
It's
that's not
way
how
different here.
pharmacies
Her
work
meds are...
here.
It's like...
That's not how pharmacies work
Controlled
here.
substances are way locked down.
But...
Oh.
Jingle, 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 jingle.
But...
Jingle, jingle.
As you are all covered in burns and smoking in your barely together boat, one of you is still conscious, though on death's door. As you start to hear something. Something faint. Something new and alien, but altogether familiar. Something odd. As
No.
you hear a song that you swear you've heard before, but you have absolutely no memory of. A soft voice. A song that only you can hear. You can hardly even tell that you're awake. As you see from your blurred vision, Dahlia being plucked from the water and thrown back into your boat. And you hear the song start to fade away.
Evie just stands there blinking
You
and
are
looking
not
around.
standing. You are
frantic.
You are, I'm gonna say,
Oh,
like,
Evie
keeled
in her
over.
slumped, like she slumps over.
But yes, your entire party is
She like tries to lift up her head.
on death's door here, but everyone is in the boat. The one who was rowing, though,
struggles
is dead.
to like look around.
The Hollowed Wind crew member who was rowing you is dead, though.
Random NPC 5, yeah.
Oh no, not random NPC 5.
Do we need to be making saves?
Need to make what? You are out of combat.
Death saves?
You are currently out of combat, so I'm
okay.
going to say no. I'm going to say that you've
Evie
all been stabilized.
staggers over.
Not conscious, just stabilized to the point where you don't have to make death saves. Evie, what?
She staggers, like, since she's not CG5. No. Obviously, since she's you said she's partially prone, or is she fully prone as herself as well? I know she has relentless endurance, but like, is she laying down, or
you have a little bit of strength to be able to get up? But like,
she's gonna stagger towards the oars.
It's a small boat.
Like, she practically crawls towards the oars.
Okay. You grab the oars.
She's looking around.
She's looking around at what?
I was gonna say, like, looking at the water, just trying to figure out what the fuck happened.
You see a dark shape fading. But it's more so overshadowed by the enormous, mountain-sized presence right next to you that is slowly starting to buckle and fall. Smoke rising out of the entirety of one of its sides as rocks and scales the size of horses fall and crash into the sea.
She is going to row the crew as far away from it and as back close to the Hollowed Wind as she can get.
You hear a voice. Where do you think you're going? As you see, kind of still clinging to the side.
Gonna shout back up and be like, I don't...
Clinging to the side of the beast is Four Fingers.
She looks up at him.
Do you respond?
I don't... She's gonna cough up. She's gonna cough up some blood and go, what can I do in this state?
You can get him up.
She looks at the party. She knows she herself can't do any revival magic. So
Um, still, would you have like
she's gonna
a
rummage
few
in her
potions?
bag for any potions of healing. Or sorry, not her bag. She's gonna rummage.
Still, would you have?
The thing about Still's healing potions is that they lose potency after about 6 seconds and have to be prepared on the spot, essentially.
I see. So you don't have any kind of healing spells prepared as potions.
Nothing that can be used by someone else yet.
Okay. I'm gonna say that there are just some potions in your bag.
Regular healing potions.
Yeah. Plus, you can just
She
resuscitate
cracks
people.
one open. She chugs. Okay, then precisely. She cracks one open. She chugs it. She starts bringing up the rest of the party back.
One by one, you begin to wake up to the sight of this titanic beast. Slowly, but surely, crumbling. Settling from its death throes.
As Dahlia wakes up, she's still like butter. Wake.
Oh.
Ash is gonna like try to get up, but like lean themselves against the side of the boat and just like shield their eyes from the light because it's like from just getting up from being down, it's a bit bright for them.
Hmm. Anyone else doing anything in particular?
Start just typing.
Yeah. Still slowly rises from the floor while coughing heavily. Edgar
No,
rippling
Mike.
in sync. Did we get it? Rise and shine. Now come in. As he kind of
She rose towards him.
heads into kind of an opening in this creature's carapace. Quite wide and
Ash is kind of not freaking out, but just like breathing quite heavily and muttering to himself, "He's gonna kill us. He's gonna fucking kill us."
Evie looks to Ash and she goes, "He wouldn't do all this just to kill us."
I want you to be
Ash like
there.
just nods.
I want someone
Can't
to
really say much
witness
else.
This. My triumph.
Evie looks up.
Dahlia starts uncontrollably sobbing.
No, Mike.
Oh. She looks back at her. She's like, "It's going to be okay. Just we got this."
As Four Fingers kind of jumps down, lands next to your boat in the water, then hoists himself aboard it, throwing the Hollowed Wind crew member off the ship
Ash kind of stares as they go over the side and just
Slowly
stares at their
fade out.
body
They
over the side of
slowly
the
fade
boat.
out of view as they sink. Eyes glazed over, a little bit of steam bubbling up from the water.
Dahlia goes pale as she sees it.
Now row. As the passageway is
Dahlia goes-
partially submerged. Sorry, what were you saying?
What were you saying, Blue?
Hang on.
Oh.
Dahlia goes pale and freezes as the sinking body reminds her
Like
of
her
weight.
aura visibly dimming.
Oh, God. Well, I guess the rim around it.
Hmm.
So, you go deep, you sit, you row a bit into this cavern, as eventually you run aground in it, and Four Fingers vaults over and starts running down. A faint glow emitting from deeper inside.
Ash kind of tries to sit up and looks at Evie and is like, do we have to follow him?
She nods very frantically.
They it's steadily get to their feet and just make sure they have their mask, their gloves, and their mace on them.
You hear this triumphant holler. This indescribable yelling of elation as the glow gets slightly brighter.
No, Mike.
Evie, this dragon didn't want its hoard taken, says Dahlia.
She shakes her head. Well, it doesn't get to choose.
It's so
Projecting.
disrespectful to take it.
Sorry? Sorry, what was that?
Oh, Dahlia is mumbling, like, this is so disrespectful to take it.
Ash kind of looks back at Dahlia and is like, I think we've seen what happens when we don't listen to Four Fingers.
I know
I'm
we
so
have.
sorry.
This is wrong.
I know.
On so many levels. If anyone is close enough to hear she's whispering, he will never be my captain.
Hold on,
Evie-
what's the hearing range of
I was about to say.
dragonborns?
Evie's gonna have a heart attack.
So
Aren't-
she like very quietly whispered that.
He, if anything, even then, is just far too obsessed to even pay attention right now. His mind is thinking of one thing
I
and
see.
one thing alone.
Yeah.
As you see him
Yeah,
reemerge,
it would have been so
slowly walking.
yeah, she would have whispered it so quietly before he yeah, she whispered it so quietly as he before he came back into hearing range that the crew barely would have been able to hear her say it anyways.
You see him reemerge, triumphantly holding above his head an enormous gemstone, the size of a small watermelon, glowing with this perfect, impossibly brilliant sheen. You can't look away. You can't. It's too perfect. It's too beautiful. It's too beautiful to let him have it. It should be yours. By right. Everybody go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw. DC 15.
No. No. No.
Everybody,
Question, are we
That's a
if
back
you
10.
to
could
1 HP?
6.
everybody, if you could put all of, keep in mind, remember
Wait,
to
my
add
modifier.
your modifier and proficiency bonus if you're proficient in wisdom saves. Hold on. Wait. What was Ash's? Ash, your wisdom is what was your wisdom's plus?
6 plus 4 is 10.
4.
4.
Reminder, +4 because of the proficiency bonus because you're a cleric, but that still doesn't quite reach it.
Yeah.
Right, so Dahlia, Evie, Eliza, still... Oh, Dahlia, Evie, still, Ash, and, what about Doe? Could you make one?
I think we said that Doe fell asleep in the boat.
What do you mean? When? No, like, Doe was
We could have him still be
also
asleep in the
unconscious.
boat. Like, cause Cass had to leave early last week.
No, I didn't do that. Doe was still fighting in the fight. Doe was still contributing. Was like shooting off lightning bolts.
Oh right. Bill was fighting.
Cass, what did you roll for a wisdom save?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
Cass? Castor.
Wisdom save.
Ah, there we go. Nat 20. Holy
Whoa!
fucking shit.
Oh,
Okay, so
nice.
Eliza,
Wow.
We got
Doe,
both ends of the spectrum. on that
Eliza,
one.
Doe, and Archibald succeed, and everyone else seems to have failed the wisdom saving
Wow.
throw. All of you who failed, you feel an overwhelming murderous rage build up inside you, directed specifically at Four Fingers. It's yours. You
Not
should
much
have
has changed
it.
then.
Yeah, Dolly,
And-
especially because she's like, this isn't right.
In fact, you see how the people next to you are looking at that thing. You see how the people next to you, who you thought you could trust, are staring at it as if it's theirs. It's not theirs. It's
Okay,
yours.
is this all consuming or can we
It's
Is this all consuming or
it's
can we fight
getting
it?
overwhelming. But
Eve,
just
is this all
before,
consuming or can we fight
it's
it?
more or less all consuming, but like even then,
Mm-hmm.
as it's starting to be overwhelming, but before any real violence can fly, you hear this crack from far behind you. This distant, echoey boom. A whoosh past all of your heads
What happened?
as a musket ball careens directly into the gemstone, smashing it into pieces.
Oh shit.
As
Oh
it-
my god, the eye fucking
Oh
shot
my
the
god.
Hoard.
As the luster begins to fade from all of the shards. And your minds begin to ever so slightly clear again.
He
Evie's
kept his
gonna.
promise then.
Evie looks so confirmed. She's so worried.
Ash is looking for the nearest place that he could duck behind to avoid any other gunshots.
Okay. You see Four Fingers slowly bring down his hand, looking at this splintered, imperfect, cracked jewel. Slowly, very slowly bringing it in front of his face, hand shaking. Eye burning. You see his jaw clenched, tighter than you ever seen it before, to the point it's starting to draw blood. As he throws the remainder of the Hoard to the floor. And it splinters more. As he storms forward, not even acknowledging you.
Eve, we did not hear what you said.
Yeah, you're
Cut
cutting
it
out
out.
like crazy.
You cut it out.
Shit.
You're cutting out.
Fuck. Okay. Oh, fucking
What'd you say?
Twitch bots. So,
Die.
Damn it.
uh, where did it cut off?
I heard he looks at it and his jaw is drawing blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. The last clear thing I heard was him throwing the remainder.
Guess we're not gonna have a
Yeah.
VOD for this stream. Well, at least on Twitch.
Oh,
He
did it
throws
crash?
the crystal. No, it didn't crash. Just because of that, apparently OBS has once again lost my stream key or some shit, and so I won't be able to use the Twitch integration part of it without closing the vault. It's the same thing that happened last time.
Fuck's sake.
Right.
Oh.
So,
Yeah. Oh well.
Four Fingers throws the crystal to the ground, shattering it even further. As his eye is burning, he storms towards you and past you, as if he doesn't even know you're there. Sparks flying from him, from every surface of him, once again coalescing into a pair of wings. But he doesn't take off. He closes his eyes.
Sir, perhaps this is for the best. It was too dangerous.
Evie is going to look at Dahlia with like her mouth, literally like her mouth had dropped open, so she like closes it and she just goes, I think we're about to witness something horrific.
I'm not in the mood to
That
talk
was
right
his
now.
obsession.
Sorry. I'm not in the mood
Oh,
to
sorry.
talk right now, Dahlia.
Yes, sir.
Get in the fucking boat.
Evie nods as she ushers the crew towards the boat.
He steps in. And
She looks at him.
just has his eye transfixed on the crow's nest of the hollowed wind. Unblinking. Expecting someone to row.
Who has the highest strength?
He does.
That would for sure be Evie. After Captain Evie.
Yeah.
I can check. My strength is a +2, but my saving throw is a fucking
Actually, then I
+6.
think it's Eliza.
Fuck! Okay.
Oh, damn.
That or you,
Yeah, 'cause-
Ash.
Oh!
Dolly is a 14 with a +2.
What's your strength, Ash?
14 plus 2, 2.
And mine's a 15.
So you two are about as strong as each other.
I'm built to
Unless he
fight.
wants her to do control water.
I'm happy to do either way.
Oh
Oh!
shit, that's bad.
Oh, you know what? He does.
Ooh.
You. Get us there. Now.
Yes, sir. She casts control water.
Holy shit. Yes, sir, from Dahlia. And this is Four Fingers ordering someone to cast a spell.
Oh my god, oh no. Oh boy.
As a bulge in the water starts to rise, carrying your little rowing boat rapidly towards the wind, as it just launches the boat onto the ship's hull, slamming itself down onto the main deck. As Four Fingers takes out his breaching axe in his left hand and just slams it into the main mast.
Dahlia quickly casts message to the eye. Run.
The eye just grabs onto a rope and loosens it and effectively just lowers down until
Hoists
gently
himself
landing
down.
on the deck. Yeah, hoists himself down. Hello, Captain. What in the hells did you do? I just saved your life. You saw what that thing was doing. You've already heard what it does to people. Doing that, shooting it. I was saving your life. Least you could do is spare mine in return. And you see Four Fingers just extend his claw, ready to slash. You ain't got the gut. As you see one finger pierce through the entirety of the eye's neck, hoisting him off the ground.
Sheesh.
And retract.
Oh no.
His body landing on the floor, bleeding profusely.
Dahlia's gonna rush to his side.
Is the eye dead?
Definitely. Like, there's no shot.
Damn it.
I want to hear it from Eve.
Fuck.
You did well.
Dahlia,
Thank you for saving us.
shut up. And take him to the... Take him to Stokes. Now! Or you'll be joining
She
him.
grabs him and runs.
He is shaking. Blood just coating his front half.
She is using control water to try and staunch it. Or no, control water.
The eye is coughing and spluttering as Stokes immediately brushes an entire set of books and such to the side, takes out a medical kit, and just shoves a patient off one of the beds.
Yeah, she is using shape water to try and staunch the bleeding as much as she can while Stokes works.
He begins operating. He is trembling.
Tell me if there's any other way I can assist.
This is a perspective shift back to Four Fingers right now. He is shaking with rage, looking around. And just gives a roar to the heavens, launching out bolts of lightning from his mouth. No more. No more of this shit on my boat. Does anyone want to do anything?
Evie looks up at him.
To the side, Ash is gonna hold on. Looking at my
You
healing
see that
things.
almost everyone who was on the deck is kind of cowering behind something or has just left the scene.
Evie's going to take a glance at the party and she's going to say, I think you guys should head back down deck.
As we all head back down deck, Ash is going to cast Healing Word on everyone. So roll 1d4 and add 4.
There's not really much need to keep track of the hit points right now. There's not going to be another
Okay.
battle immediately. That can
He-
just be
He's
for
just gonna
like
cast Healing Word so everyone has a little bit more.
mass healing
uh,
word.
Yeah.
yeah. I don't think I have. Why do I not have
You
mass
do.
healing
You're a
word?
cleric,
I just don't have it down here, but I cast
and I believe you
mass
have
healing
mass cure
word.
wounds too, which is just a better
Yeah,
version, but only
I don't have those
has-
written down for some reason, but I cast mass. Oh no, it's in. Why is it in the? It's in my defense spells category.
What the
What
fuck?
on earth?
Okay.
That's on me. But yeah, I cast mass cure wounds as we go down.
And Still is also handing out his healing potions.
Does Evie go down below deck with the rest of them?
She's going to make sure that the party themselves get below deck first before even daring to try to follow.
Okay. From above deck,
Because she's basically she's working under the mindset of like, firstly getting them as far away as possible, but two, also not inadvertently making him matter.
You just hear something between roars and screams and just the tearing of wood. Yeah. Yes, Dahlia would get healed. Eliza's gonna
No, Mike.
keep her distance. Eliza is not going down.
Ash is gonna
Eliza's
look back
staying on
to
top.
Eliza and just go back over and be like, I know we should go.
I don't want to. I will be fine, says Eliza.
You saw what he just did. We should go. Just fine, just
As long as I
with
stay far
someone or
away and
something.
quiet, I should be fine, says Eliza.
Yeah, like take cover with one of the crew. Just I'm gonna be so upset if I find out that something happens to you. Please be safe and don't be stupid. And Ash just goes down.
So what's Eliza doing above deck? Eliza's keeping to the far end of the boat, trying to look like she's watching the ocean, but not for anything, but kind of secretly watching the captain at the same time. He is tearing at the ship, screaming and discharging lightning in all directions. Right. Someone tries to come up to him to calm him down, but they just get picked up and thrown back away.
Is Evie down with the rest of the crew, or
I
has she
believe
gone
so,
back up?
yes. Oh, wait, no, Evie would... Oh, right, because Eliza didn't go. Would Evie?
Mm-hmm.
Would you have gone down yet?
Nope. Like I said, she wanted to make sure the entire crew got down first before getting herself down. So if Eliza's not going, then she's stuck there.
Ash is gonna, I assume Evie would be at the top of the stairs, so Ash is gonna stay by the bottom of the stairs, just like watching Eliza, I suppose.
Eliza is, like, analyzing Four Fingers and keeping note of his behavior and rage. Oh. Soul doesn't have message anymore. Okay, so has everyone else gone down
message.
to the medical bay? Is that where everyone else is?
Yep.
Okay. Right. So, as everyone's down here,
You hear Dahlia shout to Stokes, if you need any other help, let me know.
okay. We're losing him.
Fuck!
He's lost too much blood. Not much I can do right now on my own.
Ash is gonna hear that, look back up at Evie, and just like resign to the fact that like they can't watch Evie and watch Eliza forever, and just like runs in and is like, I can help. I have healing spells, and if you would let me use them.
Please! Please!
I think there's not much option now. Come on.
Ash
do it.
runs over and
I've kept the
would
wound
you
cleaned
say that
and removed any
would you
excess debris.
say Would you say that the eye now has 0 hit points or more than that?
The eye is making death saves.
Okay, Ash casts Spare the Dying to stabilize the eye.
Okay, kind of a base windpipe forms. There's still the mass of flesh that's missing, but there is a windpipe again.
Ash looks at Ash looks at Stokes and is like, would you say he has about 9, 12 minutes?
It's. I don't even think that long. If there's more you can do, then feel free.
Ash nods and
Much as I hate it, it's. I don't want to see him
Dahlia
gone.
is looking. Dahlia is looking at Ash with pleading eyes.
Ash nods and is like, I've got this, and touches, puts both hands either side of the gaping wound and just casts Cure Wounds.
By the way, reminder: you can upcast spells, so you can use like your highest level spell slot to cast Cure Wounds with.
Cast Cure Wounds at 5.
Okay. Hold on. Just a moment.
That's 1d8.
I know. Wait, isn't it a
1d8
D10?
plus 4 plus 5.
Okay. Right.
Oh no, 5d8 plus 5 plus 4, because that's
Okay.
yeah, that's
Right. That's 26 hit points restored.
let's go.
Nice.
Ash jumps back.
Oh, so
I told you he didn't have the guts.
He almost did. Oh god. And then Ash kind of like seeing that the eye is now up, just like dashes out to continue keeping an eye on Evie.
Okay.
So, do you have anything you could give him?
Well, I'm going to be keeping my best eye on him for the next, well, as long as he needs to recover. I'm not very familiar with how this magic works, so I'm not sure how long that'll be. I'll be performing some extensive tests and. Don't bother. Never mind. Sure, go ahead.
No, stay down, sir, please.
I'll be okay.
He will kill you if he
I'll be
speaks to you
okay,
again.
Dahlia. Don't you worry about me.
She grabs his arm. He will kill you.
He didn't there.
The only reason he didn't is because we had healers. Stokes could not save you. Not without magic.
And yet he still sent me here. Shows he still didn't want me gone.
She realizes there is no point in trying to convince him otherwise, so she just dashes into a very careful hug. Thank you for saving us. We would have murdered you, but I think that you know that.
Of course. Couldn't have my old bunkmate getting shredded to pieces.
Hmm. She has like tears in her eyes.
Ah, if you don't mind
And
me,
she's
I
like,
think I need a
"No."
rest.
yes, please.
As he kind of
She lets
closes,
him go.
as he kind of, for once, closes his eyes to go into a trance. Back above deck, Four Fingers looks like he's starting to tire himself out a little. As he is just huffing and storms back up his stairs into his room. Just slamming the door so hard it kind of starts to splinter and buckle a little. One of the hinges has come slightly undone.
Ash kind of hears this because they can't see it because they're at the bottom of the stairs. They assume the worst, so they like run up the stairs and stand beside Evie, and I'm like, What happened?"
He vented some of his anger in a way I didn't think he actually was going to. He didn't kill anyone
Oh.
else.
And Ash looks incredibly relieved, and he's like, "Does does he do that often?"
Not to this extent. And she takes a very sharp breath. That gemstone mattered more to him than air that he breathes. It's a miracle he's not in there just setting the ship on fire.
Ash decides better off trying to make the mood lighter and just nods and is like, "I thought he was going to fucking kill all of us."
He very well almost probably would have.
Eve, no Mike, Leanne, group chat.
But yeah, ugh.
She takes a sharp breath and she goes, I wonder why he's keeping him around. Because it's definitely not out of mercy.
Ash kind of looks to the medbay and looks back at looks to Four Fingers' door and back to Evie and is like, "You saw how far Four Fingers can shoot."
How far what?
That
Far?
has not Four Fingers, sorry.
The
You
eye.
saw how far the eye can shoot. I don't imagine that's not contributing to this.
He nods.
Archibald is, during all of this, just, again, stunned. That was awful. That felt sickening. I'm sure he'd have felt the same thing as well. Sorry, throat's a bit congested today.
It's all right.
I'm sure he'd have felt the same thing as well when it came over him. That might have also been part of it. The only other time I felt like that was that night on the casino ship.
Ash is kind of like looking at him curiously, but decides not to ask because just that experiencing Four Fingers doing that was a lot.
You see, you're still up on deck, right?
Who?
You're, the two of you plus Archibald
And
Yes.
Eliza, yeah.
and Eliza, right? Yeah, of course. Roll me a set of perception checks from you. Is my D20? No.
What's the perception modifier?
Wisdom. It's a wisdom skill.
20. 16 plus 4.
Okay. Right. Funnily enough, that's also what Archibald rolled, a 6. Right, so a 15 and a 20. Evie and Ash, you see just some there. You see a boat, a small rowing boat, kind of wash its way up to next to the ship.
Ash grabs the handle of his mace but does not take it out of the hand
It's
of the holder
unmanned.
yet.
But you
Still.
see it kind of drift off away from the boat as kind of you, Ash, notice little depressions on the ladder up. As
Ash,
kind of behind behind the stairs on the top of the deck, you see suddenly fading into visibility again, Schaefer with a sealed bag, a little sealed pouch.
Ash sees
Assumedly,
this.
he has taken the shards of the Hoard.
Oh, Ash sees this and like grabs Evie's shoulder and is like, "Did you see that?"
Evie whips her head around and she looks at them and looks at him and she just goes, "What are you doing?"
Oh, he's on the other side.
Oh,
He can't hear us at all.
she's going to like basically not run, not like sprint, but like super fast cadence,
Yeah.
effectively walk up to him. What are you doing?
Taken what's mine.
Aether, please. That gemstone corrupts literally everyone and everything that touches it. You're smarter than this.
Not anymore. It's broken.
Just because it's broken doesn't mean it's any less dangerous.
Look at this. It's not working anymore.
Ash is going to, while
And kind of
Evie is talking
holds
to
up a
Schaefer,
shard of it. You feel nothing.
while Evie is talking to Schaefer, Ash is gonna like slowly walk up just in case Evie needs help.
She's going to shake her head. Just throw it in the water.
I'd only get it again.
Can I strength check to grab it? like the bag?
That might be a dex check too.
You can use
Did I
either.
dex check to grab the
guess.
bag? Oh, fuck yeah.
What? What's your roll?
That is a 22.
Let's go.
Nice.
You nab it. Over your dead body, girl.
She almost chucks it and her hand fucking freezes.
And kind of Schaefer's foot, like bladed talons, kind of extend out.
Ash picks up the pace and tries to reach where Evie and Schaefer are, like before anything happens, if anything is gonna
The
happen.
storerooms.
Yeah.
He's effectively holding it while he's effectively just using his talon to basically keep her at like knife point. So she has the bag up in her hand. And mind you, she is taller than him. So theoretically, if Ash were to run past, they could grab the bag from her hand.
Ash loosens one of their gloves and like very like under their cloak, slips it off, puts and hangs it on like a little hook they have on their belt to keep their gloves with them. And with that hand, like raises that hand under the cloak, walks right up to them, and can I do a dex check to see if
Sleight of
Ash
hand.
gets it? Sleight of hand. What's the modifier for that as well?
If you're proficient, then you add your proficiency. But if you're not, then you just add your dexterity modifier.
I don't think I am. Yeah, that's a
We're gonna
9
have
plus
to
1,
write
10.
down your skills.
I do. I have them in my book. I just keep closing my book.
Okay.
But yeah, 9 plus 1, 10.
You do not succeed at that.
Ash quietly whispers "fuck" to themselves, and they just like walk into the storage room to essentially just like avoid any ill results from that.
Can I say that Dahlia comes up on deck at about this time?
Pardon?
Can I say that Dahlia comes up on deck at about this time?
Yeah, sure. But first,
Okay.
I'll conclude the Schaefer bit.
Okay, she's gonna
Jenny,
see
no.
what's.
Jenny, you don't want me to do that alarm again.
She looks at him and she goes,
And kind of, he opens up his mouth, kind of getting his throat ready to, are you familiar with, like, the kind of the bad noise that certain mimicry birds
Birds.
can
Oh God!
do?
Yeah. She immediately, like, her hand's still holding the bag, and she looks at him and she goes, "Take it."
Thank you.
She sees this.
And he kind of
I'm gonna need a
sequesters it away.
charisma save.
All right.
I'm gonna need a charisma save from him.
What for?
She is gonna do whole person.
Isn't that a wisdom?
Nope.
Wisdom, yeah.
Is it wisdom?
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
it's wisdom.
Most charisma saves are, what the hell?
Okay, that's weird, because the one that I have is charisma.
Huh.
Weird.
Weird.
No, yeah, it's definitely wisdom.
But wisdom save, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's a 17.
Okay, I'm gonna. Then the save DC I have is 16, so crap.
Damn. He kind of sequesters it on his person and skulks off to his room.
on. How close is he to the side of the ship? To the railing?
He's going underneath. This whole thing is in the storage room. He goes through the dining
Oh.
hall. You're not throwing
God
him
damn.
off.
I was gonna use gust of wind.
That would be so funny, but at the same time, that would literally get you killed.
Yeah. Evie, are you alright?
She shakes her head. She goes, "Of course, I'm fine."
What did he have?
What did he have? It's the gemstone shards.
Did you want to make an Arcana check? Kind of to
Yeah,
see about the properties of them.
yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Go right
That
ahead.
is a 15.
From that, you gather that the gemstone shards at this point are effectively no longer have any magical sway over people. They are no
But can they
longer...
be fused back together?
No. Gemstones cannot be refused. Once broken, a gemstone is broken.
Okay. Well, I can no longer sense any auras coming off of it, or any magic coming off of it, so I think we should be safe. Let him keep the shards as long as he does not cause trouble. I suppose. Actually, that may even be when a target is back from Four Fingers.
What'd you say?
She says, "Well, I don't feel anything coming off of it further in terms of magic. We should be safe for now, as long as he let him keep it, as long as he doesn't do anything with it to cause trouble." Then she chuckles, like perhaps it might put it back, a target on his back from Four Fingers.
With that, Evie just starts crying. She just full on starts sobbing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
She rushes to Evie's side. What's wrong?
This was his favorite thing. And her voice is like staccatoing. He will try to figure out any way to fix it or get it back or repair it, but even then it's not going to be what it was before it was destroyed. This
Exactly.
is
It cannot be refused. It no longer contains the magic.
yes, but even just she knows how obsessed he was with this. And now that it's gone, she's terrified at one, how he's going to react, and two, what his new obsession is going to be.
Ash is adjusting their glove that they took off back onto their hand and is like,
Oh, what his new obsession is going to be, you say?
it wasn't
Precisely.
the charm. It can't have been the charm.
Of course not.
He
That's not
wanted
why.
that thing before he was even looking at it.
He wanted it for something else, Evie. He must have to be that obsessed.
She blinks. It's like, yes.
Do you know what he wanted it for?
Eve, is Archibald on deck?
Yes, Archibald is here.
Okay. Okay, sick. If he wasn't, I was gonna wave him
was-
over.
From what I've heard, I was obsessed with it simply because it was the most perfect, the most valuable, almost all objects in the world.
There's nothing else it could have been used for.
As far as I'm aware, no. And even then, he hates magic. Certainly wouldn't have
He
for
asked
some
me.
kind of spell.
He asked me to use controlled water to get the boat back to the ship.
Eliza,
I must not
sorry.
be that against water, against magic. If it suits him, he will use it.
Blue, that was literally like the one time you would ever actively ask for magic to be used, when his vision
Ash.
is purely clouded with blood-soaked rage.
Ash looks at Dahlia and is like, I know nothing about this ship so far, and I can tell it was useful to him, so he let you do it.
That is what I'm referring to. If that gem was useful to him in some way, he would have abused it.
Dahlia? Blue? Out of character. Literally
Yeah.
the
No, I
same.
know.
Okay.
I know. I get that, but I'm just thinking, like, if there was something that he could abuse, she thinks that he may abuse it. Just because of him and how he is.
Ash looks between Evie, Dahlia, and Archibald and just like sighs tiredly and walks to where the rest of the crew are.
Things are starting to slightly pick up again in the common room. People are starting to show themselves again. Some are even celebrating the fact that they took down a ancient dragon turtle. Some raucously and boorishly claiming that their cannon shot was the one that felled the beast.
Average Halloween crew activities.
Dolly's just gonna go up to the crow's nest.
Okay. It's shockingly lonely up there. It feels empty.
Oh.
And even though you know he's alive, it just feels like he's missing.
I'm guessing like this is evening.
Okay, wait, so... Blue, by the way...
But she's gonna do her prayer
yourself out
ritual.
of character believe that Four Fingers would have used it for something?
Potentially.
Straight up, I'm going to say explicitly... No. This was purely as a decorative piece to put in his throne in his bedroom.
Four Fingers
Okay.
hates magic.
Despises
Yeah,
magic
no,
itself, and is
I get that he
purely a
hates magic.
vainglorious bastard.
Ah, okay, so it was more of a vanity object
It
for
is
him. I was
purely
thinking
vanity.
of him
Yep.
more
Everything
from
about
the
Four Fingers
manipulative
is
side.
vanity.
The whole
I was-
reason why Hathor is his first mate is because Hathor is a fucking decoration on the ship.
Ah,
Hathor
no,
is a trinket.
I was thinking it would have been more the manipulative side of him.
Nope.
If there was something to obtain.
There's not really much of a manipulative side to him. He is a shockingly blunt person. he wants something, he gets something.
Yep.
And he will stop at nothing to do so. It's
Gotcha.
some
He's
of the
more
rest of the crew that
violence
are
than
manipulative.
brain games.
He is purely violence and charisma. He is not a planned
Gotcha.
guy.
Gotcha.
Just
But yeah, she
to
is
clear
going
things
to
up.
do her. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she is going. If it's an appropriate time of day, she is going to do her prayer ritual with her explicitly asking Salune for her blessing for the eye.
Hmm. Yeah. You feel kind of comfort as you do.
Mm.
What are other people doing? Like, how's Evie progressing from this?
Well, as she wipes off her tears and stuff and kind of just looks around the room, she is going to kind of in the heat of everyone partying, everyone celebrating, not wrangle, but gather up the Sigil crew and sort of just slip them by the cells again, just so they have a little bit of privacy.
Dahlia sees and then joins them once her ritual is done.
She looks at the party and she clears her throat and she goes, I'm so glad we all survived that.
Ash looks at Evie and is like, how did we survive?
I am very fortunate that I can't seem to die. She laughs a little.
Ash chuckles confusedly and he's like, yeah,
A blessing or a curse?
Both.
Makes sense for you.
She nods.
Ash kind of like looks around and is like, anyone else need more healing?
Yes. If I may.
Of course. And Ash walks over and again casts, well, hold on. Just casts healing word on the entire party.
She you're gonna notice as you cast healing word, Evie's gonna kind of like tense a little, as if she's like, obviously she's grateful she's getting healed, but in the same point in time, she has that like horrible problem with letting herself feel comfort, joy, and healing.
Yeah.
So she's just like,
Yeah.
Ash
But
is
she
gonna
doesn't-
notice and take mental note.
but she's ecstatic that the rest of the party has been healed. And so she looks at them and she goes, right now, the dining hall is probably going to be full of people just celebrate. Well, sorry, the mess hall is going to be full of people celebrating and enjoying the fact that they think they're the reason it fell. I am going to use.
They kind of are. But as a group, as
All right,
opposed to as
I'll
individuals.
I'll retcon that a little. She'll say.
What do you mean?
She'll say, the dining hall is going to be full
To be
of
fair,
people
like,
celebrating.
they couldn't have done it without you.
I think meaning more individually, believing they were the one to take
Yeah,
it
that's what I
down.
was meaning. That's what I assume you were meaning as well. Right? Sorry. I don't
Don't
know
be
why
sorry.
I don't know why I spoke there.
It's alright.
Literally, what you said was accurate.
Again, meds moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Leanne?
Yeah?
Leanne?
You there?
Leanne?
You okay?
Leanne.
We can't hear you if you're talking. Everything okay?
She, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry.
She she looks at the party and she says, "The crew is going to be celebrating in the mess hall, and I'm going to use this time to grab some food and extra rations as they're pretty distracted in partying. You guys should enjoy it. Just keep your wits about you and be cautious. Buddy system for the
Yeah.
rest of our time on this ship. Anywhere you go that is not the cells, ensure you have one of us with you." And she looks at the entire former Sigil crew.
Still
Former.
says, for the breadth of my repertoire, I've neglected to create any form of protection against extreme heat. I'll have to amend that oversight.
Ash looks at Evie and is like, always? Kind of lightheartedly.
They've always been like, you know, I'm not exactly one for parties.
She looks at Still and she says, "Your potions have come in so handy throughout all of this. I'm just grateful you have your tools or whatever access to tools you can get through Desmos's lab."
It's not what I had before, but it's enough. Still, what matters most is how I can improve. Thank you, though, for your kind words.
Of course. And she's going to, and this is the first time she's smiled. She's going to smile at Still. And
Aww.
Oh,
she's going to look at the whole party and she's going to say, "I'm so proud of all of you guys."
Ash says, thank you, and like cuts himself off before they say captain, and says, sorry. Still in the habit, I guess?
She nods. It's a hard habit to correct, and I'm sorry that all of you have to do it.
You're a damn good leader.
She blushes and she looks at Archibald and she goes,
And I respect you so much. Be
she,
very careful to use coded language.
instead of saying love, what an icon. She looks at him,
He knows he can't say
locks
I love you
eyes.
withould being
She-
fucking
Hater
killed.
will run up those stairs. She looks at him, she locks eyes, and she goes, "I respect you too."
He goes a little purple.
Oh,
Dahlia tells Evie, I am honored to have been a part of your crew.
she smiles again. She glances towards the main door, the entryway to the belly of the ship, and she looks and ensures that there's nobody like looming in it or anyone eavesdropping.
Eliza starts speaking in Draconic softly. Four Fingers is not a person to is a person to not mess with, but he's one to work with. Just have to act like how I used to and work my way around things. Kalar just needs to keep doing his stuff. Someone's gonna see the dragon and maybe recognize him. Her eyes are still looked on Kalar, but despite But his is desperate
But
to hear
is desperate,
Ruby
I
in her
assume.
head just for advice.
Ash is gonna take the opportunity to look at Evie and be like, just to if you don't mind, could is it possible to forego the buddy system if I'm with someone who I could potentially trust?
She raises an eyebrow. Are you making she raises an eyebrow and she goes, of the Hollowed Run crew?
Ash kind of like fiddles with their hands and is like, yes.
Who?
And they tuck their hair behind their ear. Asha.
She takes
You
a long
hear-
like
You hear a spit take from the other room. Wait,
Yeah,
unless...
and you see Dahlia's mouth just
Wait,
drop.
unless this is, like, specifically quiet enough to not be heard from the other room.
Probably quiet enough to not be heard.
Dahlia's jaw still drops.
she looks to Ash and she just goes, "Oh no, not again."
Ash is like, what?
She shakes her head and she goes, "I don't think." And she clears her throat. "No, I know. Relationships with him don't end well."
Ash is like, how? Because again, they don't know shit.
She moves her hand towards her neck scar, and like as if she was gonna reach for the ribbon, and then because obviously it's not there.
Oh, I thought
So
you
her hand just kind of.
you wanted this to be some other point.
Yeah,
Some
don't
other
worry. This is
Execution.
Archibald and Asher are in a different room.
But
What?
she
Archibald's here, Asher is in a different room, Hather is in the party, I assume.
No, but, like, I was meaning I thought you wanted this...
There will be another
Never mind.
discussion that will be that time, I assume.
Never mind.
Don't worry. What were you saying, Evie? Sorry, Leanne.
she says, "Trust me, relationships with him don't end well." And she subconsciously, like, her hand reaches towards the scar, and she doesn't like which assuming obviously you guys, because I'm narrating this, it's not a perception. Everyone would clock that that's what she's thinking. You know what I mean? Like the
Welcome
action
back.
of doing it.
Hello.
Hello again, Cass. You're home. When did you leave?
It was 10 to 2. So just missed. Yeah, just missed everyone. Sorry, I can't talk right now.
What's the last thing you remember? Yay, I'm so glad you did good on the walk.
Iconic.
Hell yeah.
We all love you so much.
Absolutely.
We're so glad.
100%.
I'm so happy to have you
Hurrah.
back.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for Caster to get caught up, Ash is gonna look at Evie and go like, okay, and is mildly concerned but still doesn't understand.
Oh, Still's eyes dart back and forth, ensuring they aren't being overheard, before speaking quietly. I believe I could have done great things under your employ, Evie. And I hope the chance will come again.
She nods very solemnly and she goes, and she glances panickingly as well, and she drops her voice to what can only be described as a barely audible whisper, and she says, "I hope so too."
Right. Um. Okay, so are people splitting up, or
Ash is gonna look at Evie again and be like, so about the thing?
She shakes her head and she goes, obviously, I am technically not in charge of anyone in this room anymore. However, I really, really have to emphasize to everyone here, this ship views us as dirt. Prisoners on this ship have essentially no rights. If anyone in the crew is patronizing or trying to make you feel at home or comfortable, question their motives. And she looks at Ash specifically. I do not, and then she takes a breath and she goes, I do not think he has any ill intentions, but gods, I would suggest being incredibly cautious. If you want alone time with him, ensure a crewmate is a crewmate, and she coughs, former crewmate is nearby.
Ash's eyes kind of not eyes, Ash's eyebrows kind of like furrow and like they nod and they're not upset, they're not feeling any specifically negative emotion, but they're just like pieces aren't falling into place yet, but they're starting their brain is starting to whir as to what's going on. They then kind of like look at Eliza and is like, buddy system to the party room. Yes.
huh? What's to what? What were people doing?
Ash is asking Eliza to buddy system to the what's it called? The mess hall.
Okay, right. You all heading to the mess hall / rec room?
Yeah, Evie is raiding the fucking closet while everyone's distracted so she can stock up on rations for the party.
Yeah, Ash is Ash is like on the edges and just observing people in the mess hall, just trying to get a vibe of like how the crew interact.
Eliza looks at you and looks back at Kayla. I have to keep watch with him. I'd rather be kept alone at the moment. I have stuff on the mind. I also don't trust these people.
Oh, it looks like so Blue's volunteering Dahlia to be Ash's buddy.
Awesome.
Actually, can we? This might be super duper. Would you guys like to have a regular because that's the thing with this arc, right? Because it
Yeah.
is so Eevee focused, I want there to be opportunities for players to play and enjoy the sessions too. And I think by having a
Leanne, don't
buddy,
forget though, it
A
is your
moment like
arc
that
at the
was
same
a
time.
moment like that
Yeah.
was still quite Evie focused, but like
Yeah.
that was nice. We all got a chance to kind of contribute, so don't even worry about it. And
why do you think
also,
I wrangled
it's,
everyone together?
Exactly.
It's yeah. Little crew talks like that are probably gonna help.
Yes.
Yeah, but I want to make sure that people are playing and they're not just forced
We
to
are
the sidelines.
playing. Don't worry. And it's Evie's arc.
Yeah, like Still is generally the type to keep his head down anyway.
Yeah. Think
Well, I know that
if
like your
Dahlia's
play
not with Ash,
style,
then she's probably going to be up in the crow's nest.
Soli's play style, and Caster's play style are all semi-similar. Where you guys are more like, I mean, unless I'm off, like you guys play the same way, if that makes sense.
I think we're all good.
Okay, I just want to make sure nobody's
Yeah,
feeling
that's my understanding.
overshadowed or put to the
Well,
side. Nobody's
again,
feeling
it's your arc.
yes, but also I don't want
I
everyone to
know.
just feel like they can't do anything.
Remind me, what is Evie doing right now?
So she raided the kitchen, so like the pantry, while everyone was partying, because she knew one, none of the kitchen crew was going to be watching it because they were also partying,
Yeah.
and two, with Asher being distracted, she knows she can steal food. So she
Yeah.
has.
Yeah.
What she did is she effectively got like
Rations
basically
for
like
the
a
party.
pillowcase. Yeah, like a pillowcase full of
Yeah.
rations that will not go bad. And she snuck it back to the trunk outside the closet door.
Yeah.
And she put that, and then actually, if I may, like, obviously, if this is annoying, then skip, but she hasn't had a chance to sort through most of the stuff yet.
Of course.
And so, like, she's, like, putting it back on the shelf, and, like, especially because now that Hayes has moved out of the closet, she's officially moved into it again. She's already putting the tallies back,
I mean, to be
because that's
fair,
a,
I think Hayes is also sometimes living in the closet.
as
Still.
they should. They're welcome to. Like, I mean,
Like, when you're
she's not gonna say, like, yeah, she's not gonna be like, get out of there, buddy.
Your roommates. Oh
The
my God,
roommates
but-
in the closet.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
They were roommates. That is Evie. She's yoinking food. But so she takes all the stashed food, right? And she puts it in
Yeah.
the trunk as she takes out her things out of the trunk. And so it's like, you know, like her old calligraphy set Hather had gifted her, her old clothes, which all still technically fit. They're just a little slightly tighter because, like, basically she went up like a size and a half from like muscle mass and
Yeah.
actually consistent food.
Yeah.
And so her clothes still fit though, so it's fine. But has all them folded nicely on the shelf. She has her calligraphy set. She has her like simple toiletry set, which is like effectively a bar of shampoo bar and a body bar and like a wash cup and a washcloth. She sorts all of that. I said she put the letters up there last session, so I suppose they're still up there. But she's going through the box, sorting everything. She has her old diary now and her new diary. Actually, no. So that's the thing. Daywalker has her bag. Her bag has everything you guys would always see Evie have. So that's the hat, the jacket, the gun, her regular diary you're used to seeing her write in, and everything she carries with her. That's all still in the bag, which Daywalker still most definitely has. So none of that she has. But basically, this is like pretty
By the way,
similar inventory.
Party's gear has. Well, it's not been
Probably been
reconfiscated,
taken.
has it?
No, it hasn't. They still have all their shit because everyone was so chaotic. Thank
Huh.
God.
Damn.
Which, I mean, I get that means Evie still has her gun on her hip, which, like, oh wow. But so she's organizing all of her stuff, and it's pretty similar to the inventory you're used to seeing her have. And as she gets through the box, there's something stuck in the bottom of the trunk. and it's an item she doesn't recognize as her own. And she picks up this little black box. And just as she's about to open it, she hears someone.
Oh.
A menace of a blonde man.
Oh, absolutely. What are you looking at?
She straightens up and she looks at him confused and she goes, I was organizing my stuff that you would put into this box.
Right.
You might have forgotten this. This one?
Give me
And she
that.
holds up the box.
And he kind of
And
just
she-
snatches it from your hand, like pulling your arm with it.
Ooh, which hand? Which arm? Because this could be
which
this could be
one was it in?
amazing.
Which one was it in?
I'm gonna left.
Which one is that?
That's the prosthetic. If he yanked forward, he could have yanked the prosthetic with it.
I mean, it won't come off.
No, but it's definitely gonna surprise him because he's used to her having regular hands.
Right, your arm. Ugh.
She looks at him and she just blinks for a moment. She goes, "You were the one who left it in here. What is it?"
Nothing of importance.
You don't act like that if it's nothing.
Personal object that I was storing there for safekeeping. Not yours.
Her eyes kind of narrow for a moment as she asks out loud. She goes, "What could be that?" And then it clicks. Like she realizes that is a ring box.
Drop it.
She does as ordered.
Oh, no, like, you're not
No.
still holding it. Like, drop it as
Drop it as in drop the
metaphorically.
topic. Yeah, that checks out. That checks
Drop
out.
it.
So that's what I
Forget you
thought. I
ever
was-
saw anything.
She shakes her head and she goes, "You left it in there." Ooh.
He's trying to think of something to say in rebuttal and failing.
Go ahead and open it. I might as well see it,
He
right?
stows it away.
She shakes her head. She goes,
Captain's got
"You
some,
really are something."
Captain's got
Hmm?
some new orders, Jenny.
Oh? What are they?
You're going to have to help out with them. Come into the war room.
She follows.
You head to the war room just outside of Four Fingers' office, where he is just standing there, sparks still kind of pouring down his scales. You're
She
gonna
looks
lead-
around.
You're gonna take us somewhere.
Oh?
You're gonna introduce us to a friend of yours.
She looks. She shakes. Not shakes. She nods and she goes, "I'm assuming you want us to go to Greyport?"
No, it's too far away.
He-
He's got other locations, hasn't he?
He
Here
does,
is-
but it's very hard to track where he's going.
He'll wind up there eventually.
I don't know if he will.
You're gonna
he
take us to
recently
the
took.
nearest one.
She like raises her hand as if it's like raising your hand to speak in class.
He just looks up at you and looks back down. He's insulted me. He's attacked me. He's declared war.
She still hasn't like put her hand down. It's because she's still like asking to speak during the war meeting.
He's not gonna get the last laugh.
She continues just having her hand very politely raised.
He's gonna have his head on a stake. What is it?
She takes a very quick nod and she goes, "So, he has decided that he wants to be mayor of Greyport. I don't know if he's traveling around. I think he's retired traveling around."
I've heard the theater's still been spotted sometimes.
Huh. And she lets her confusion actually be in her voice and she goes, "That's odd. I don't know who he would have told to inherit it, I suppose?"
No, no. We didn't send that ship. We didn't send the Haggard Princess to Greyport.
Oh?
We sent it to
Where did you
another
send her?
ship. No, we sent her to another town of his.
Hmm.
Still out there.
Oh, she nods. Also, I find it very fun that this entire time she hasn't screamed. Well, actually, I was going to say she hasn't screamed once because of Captain, but I think that's not true. I think she did scream when Wake was dying. But
Yeah.
the fact that she immediately saw Horatio and screamed, like, that's instant petty jealousness for Captain.
Yep. You mentioned what's his next obsession gonna be.
Oh, buddy, it's gonna be it's gonna be destroying Horatio.
Revenge.
Revenge.
Getting
She would
back
clock
at
that
this
too.
shitty,
Like-
tiny little piece of crap.
That's exact. The moment this war meeting was called and she put two and two together, she's like, "Oh shit!" But she nods and she goes, "So you want me to go to the city you last sent the Haggard Princess?" Which is a ship. Context for chatters and players. It's the third ship in the fleet.
It's the one that got
They're
blowed
using
up.
she pronoun. Yeah, it's the one Horatio blew up in front of the party last session. The reason they're using she her for it is because it's a
Gonna
ship,
take
not because it's an
us
actual person.
Wherever he is.
And before she almost remarks and is like, "Well, how would I know?" But before she even says that out loud, she does have the thought of like, "Well, I guess I actually probably can track him down pretty easy." But she nods. She doesn't vocalize any of those thoughts. She just nods. Because, like, what's she gonna do? Say no in that? Like, no, she just nods.
Yeah. Did that actually come through?
I heard nothing. I
Get to
thought
work.
you said some. She nods again, and she looks down at the map on the table. Because even though she's a master navigator, the idea of one, where the fuck Horatio is currently, and two, how to know that they're gonna be accurately tracking him, are just problems that are making her brain whirl / pause.
Yeah. By the way, if
Like,
anyone
she's-
has, like I said last time, there is something special about the titles of this arc.
I know, so I can't say anything.
Yes. So you get back to work.
Yeah, she's looking over the map. She's taking notes. Also, this could be fun. Captain's seeing her take notes again. And, like, she's using her old diary because it was left in there. So it's the same. It's the purple one, not the brown one. It's the purple cover diary.
Yeah.
And she's still writing in her little coded alphabet.
Hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, she's taking notes, and she does occasionally, like, she glances up around the war table and looks at the rest of the guys, and just looks to Captain for a moment, like, because obviously, right, the magic of roleplay. I imagine she takes like 2-3 hours doing this, but
Yeah.
she looks up at the
Yeah.
rest of them
Exactly.
and she goes, "I think I have a plan."
So what are you thinking for when we see it?
I think the moment we realize where he's at, we and she takes a deep breath. I'm sharing this information in the hopes for, and she looks at Captain, that this favor is treated highly. It is important to know that he has mass suggestion and mass command as abilities.
And those do?
They
Speak
make
plain
people listen
common.
to him. She nods and she goes, "They make people listen to him in ways that usually only magic can do."
I mean, it is magic.
It is, but also like, like she's,
They listen
you know,
to me. My crew is
she
loyal
nods.
to me.
She nods and she
Never
goes,
again.
She goes, "Do you recall the story of Odysseus? Remember the time we were all talking about books?" And she looks at Stokes for support. And Stokes had told the story of that very, very brave and charming, intelligent captain who
Of course.
had to save his crew by and she's fucking so hard. She's leading into this so hard, but she's like, "Remember the sirens in that story?" She's like, "Remember the sirens in that story and how they were able to use magic to make the crew do what they wanted?" And she's like,
Yes.
"That's what he can do."
He's not the only one.
She raises an eyebrow.
Now listen to me. Not one person on this ship is gonna disobey me one more time.
She nods. "But again, it's magic. It's not something they can choose to do."
They say no. If they do something I don't tell them, they're dead.
"Captain," she takes a very patient breath, "you would have no crew left. It's not that they want to,
I'll
it's
get
that
a
they
new
can't not do to." She iterates the point so patiently and kindly with him. She goes,
He is not hearing a single fucking.
"I know he's now, but just so in character. It's amazing." She goes, "Captain, you..."
I'm not having some dwarf take my glory away from me. Stokes opens his mouth to correct him
He's closing that shit
and
so fast, he's gonna go.
immediately snaps his jaw shut, realizing if he so much as utters the tiniest bit of noise, his throat is being slit.
Precisely. But she takes another very patient breath and she goes, "I wanted to tell you so that you're aware and we can plan on what to help the crew not fall under it."
We'll talk about this some other day.
He nods. "Of course."
Dismissed. Get out of my
As he
sight.
just she nods again and walks out of the door, marches out of the door very quickly.
Before you do, he goes into his own room. Asher kind of leaves to go back into the main ship, and Haither heads back into his own room.
Probably just staring at the ring.
Daywalker grabs your shoulder.
She looks
The
at him.
same shoulder that did get shredded, by the way.
Oh, of course. She physically tenses at the pain, and she looks at him and she goes, "Can I help you?"
Feel like we could get to know each other better.
Of course.
Once you finish your shift, I can get someone to cover for you one of these days.
We can do that? We can do that?
I can do that.
Yeah, you can. I can't.
Not today. Don't want to get on his nerves.
God, yeah, she nods.
Tomorrow, maybe. We'll relax and play
Even-
some games. And there's this kind of hollow grin on his face.
Oh boy, listen, she nods knowing she's not gonna be able to say no. Now, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I have a suspicion.
I'll see
And
you
so-
real soon.
Oh God, she nods.
And he kind of just shambles away. Right. Everybody else. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck, Blue?
No!
What did they say? Let me tab over.
No! No!
Actually, if you do that on the Hollowed Winds,
Oh, I don't think you can do that.
it's fucking amazing though.
Okay. On that note, when Ash sees Ashel walk back into the room, Ash is gonna look at Weirdray and be like, "Do you mind if I?" And they kind of gesture their head towards Asher.
I mean, you know what? Sure, I am going to head up to the crow's nest if you wish to inform Captain if you pass by.
All
I
right.
love Dahlia. Dahlia suffered so much.
Yeah.
In the last 48 hours, Dahlia has suffered so much.
Yeah.
Ash goes over to Asher and just like sits with him.
Wait, sits with... What? Oh,
Asher.
Still return... Oh, Asher. Ash sits with Asher. Ugh. You're alive. I'm really glad about that.
They kind
Actually,
of
by the
look at
way,
him and
scratch
like,
that Hafer didn't go back into his room.
Question: is Evie gonna be going back into the party room?
Evie is steering the ship.
Yeah.
Evie is navigating.
I missed that. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Ash is gonna look at Asher and be like,
Glad you're
"Yeah,
alright." And kind of
I
gives
wanted
you
to-
this very quick, subtle hug.
They lean in and like put their hand over his and are just like, I was gonna ask if you could like get them to not make us do that, but I am getting the impression that's not the kind of thing that we can do here."
Much as you get promised freedom, well, they only ever really dangle it for you. You're always a prisoner on this ship.
Ash sighs and nods their head.
That's-
Also, no, Mike.
Unless your name's Philip Haythorne.
Oh shit!
Ash doesn't say anything.
Using the first name.
Ash doesn't say anything.
As
but
if
takes
by
a very
speaking the
No.
as if speaking of the devil, he appears. Still returns to their research with particular effort being put towards innovations in thermal protection and emergency self-resuscitation. Who is everyone buddy systeming with? Still. Who is still with?
I assume because Eliza stayed in the cell area, I assume still would be in that general vicinity.
Oh,
Ah,
Eliza
I
didn't.
see.
Eliza's on deck. Would you be
Yeah.
accompanying Still into the experimentation, as the party reminder has been told to buddy?
Oh, but
And also, you don't have to have the same buddy all session, every session.
all right.
Absolutely. Yeah, but
Yeah,
who's
still
your
would have
buddy?
buddied with whoever else was heading towards the
Eliza.
cells.
Who's Eliza's
We
buddy?
could say,
Kayla is
Kayla,
not
I
a buddy.
assume. Okay. Dahlia is on the crow's nest, so technically Dahlia.
I guess. Okay.
And then
So
we can
Dahlia
say
is kind of watching over.
yeah, and Caster's muted and deafened right now, so we could say
Oh, okay.
Still
I
and
guess
Doe are buddying right
Still
now.
and Doe are buddying.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So
Hey
I
Thor,
guess
evil
Archibald is
evil
with
horse.
Ash and Asher
Yeah.
and Evil Horse. Evil and intimidating horse.
Evil horse.
Evil and intimidating.
Yeah.
intimidating.
Archibald is just
Cool.
sitting at that table like 2 people away, just being like,
Yeah.
Right. What have we here then?
Ash snatches their hand back and puts their hands folded in their lap.
What you playing at, lover boy? I was just talking with one of our prisoners here. Doesn't look very imprisoned to me. Does she?
Ash is gonna look up at Hathor and just go like, with the captain earlier, there wasn't enough time to get us back in before people were here.
Right. What are you talking about? What you discussing? Ash.
Nothing?
Don't lie to me.
How the thing went.
Alright. Sure.
Ash is incredibly apprehensive of Hathor and letting absolutely nothing on as much as they can.
So you were just chatting? Just debriefing?
Ash nods.
Debriefing whilst looking at each other.
That's how you
Like
talk
buddies.
to another.
How?
Am I not allowed to get along with people? Ash kind of like doesn't get an attitude, but seems a little bit frustrated.
Well, I'd say no, but there's nothing explicitly against it. It's more so funny that you choose him. And kind of Archibald will kind of prick up a little.
Ash stares and is like, I don't. And they sigh because they just don't have words.
Asher is kind of huddling up slightly, kind of defensively getting a bit more panicked. You seem to really respect old Jenny, dude.
Ash clears their throat and is like, yes. She saved me from. It's none of your business, but
Oh, it is my business. Everything on this ship is my business.
you are the first mate, they say.
Yes, I am.
Ash kind of just looks at him and
He's
is
the
like,
executioner.
Ash looks at him just like, what are you saying? No one on this ship speaks clearly, apart from Asher and Four Fingers, I guess.
Well, to be fair, Desmos is pretty blunt.
They've not met Desmos yet.
Oh, yeah.
Desmos is busy being drunk and having fun right now. Desmos is fucking. They're partying.
Yeah.
Hey, he's partying.
There's a lot of blood on his hands.
There's a lot of blood on mine.
Ah, but the particular blood. Did you ever get told how your beloved Jenny was evicted from the ship?
They fought or something? But no.
We fought. She fought me, and she lost. I won.
Ash's eyebrows are thoroughly furrowed, and they're like,
And
so she got kicked off?
her insubordination got her killed.
Ash just,
You know who did the killing
Squeezes.
blow? You know who chopped off her head?
at the
Threw her
pieces
into the
connecting
ocean?
Ash's head, and they get up and they push right past Hathor. I almost said Four Fingers. They push right past Hathor and go immediately to their cell.
Ash,
Oh, he's not gonna let them go that
Wait.
fast.
wait.
They are focused. They are walking.
Wait, what do you mean he's not gonna let them go that fast?
Hathor would like step in front of them. He'd be like, they're not going to leave without hearing the end.
You're not leaving without hearing the end. As kind of he grabs hold of your collar.
Ash almost reaches up to Scrabble to get their collar, like, out of his hand, but just decides to, like, stay as still as possible.
It's still the same axe. He still uses it to get rid of the prisoners. To get rid of insubordinates.
Ash, do you want me to do a check, or do you want me to just say that Ash gets, or
You can just say,
Ash wrangles their collar out of his hand, puts their hood up, and just attempts to go again.
Have you seen how she looks at it? How she looks at
Ash
him?
doesn't. Ash doesn't stop,
the
but they start
last
walking
per-
faster.
He's the last person she can trust here. Less than me.
Ash is out of earshot now and basically just like shuts themselves in their cell.
If she ever turns to him, she's really desperate.
Archibald heard all that too. So
Yeah.
what's he thinking? What?
He is kind of trembling and goes up deck.
I actually feel a little bit sick. / pause.
Yay!
You're cooking. You're cooking.
Evie.
I'm so excited.
Cooking.
Evie, you never said the whole story.
She looks at Archibald as she's stealing.
Asher, Hathor fought.
Oh
And-
gods. She blinks. He bragged about it, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah,
Fight.
why does that not surprise me?
There was a fight and he won and got
He
killed by
won.
Ash. What?
She nods. Because here's the thing. Eva would hear that and she would get. Because here's the thing. The fight, like the ambush and the bottle incident, are different, and she doesn't know if he's conflating them both.
No, he's
No,
talking
he
about
wouldn't
the
brag
bottle
about the bottle
incident.
incident.
He's talking. Oh wait, he wouldn't.
Remember, if he's saying he won, right? Well, he was vague enough in that monologue
thinking
that
about
that passes.
I imagine
He's
thinking
thinking
about the
about
fact that he put you in hospital.
Precisely. So
And
he would think
thus
that he won. He would never share the details of the bottle incident, though,
Yeah,
because
no,
he
no,
himself
no.
also.
There was a fight.
But no, the monologue was. But yeah, that's spectacular. Like that is exactly how he would deliver that news.
There was a fight,
And she goes-
he won.
She blinks and she
He
goes.
did not win. It was a
He
tie
did
at
not
best. It was a tie at best.
He looks at Archibald and she's like, "Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. First and foremost, if the fight is the fight I think it is, he didn't win, but that's irrelevant."
Ash was there. Ash heard everything.
Oh, and she nods. They're not. He's not talking about the
It's not
fight.
okay.
He's talking about the ambush. Or he's egotistically conflating the two. She says out loud to you.
Hmm.
It's not okay.
Ash isn't okay.
I've tried to tell the party to be
Ash isn't
cautious.
coping well.
She shakes her head. I was terrified that he would get his heart broken by him that quickly. I didn't think it'd be within a day.
At least he only got. At least they only got their heart broken, not eaten.
She laughs. Oh boy, he told you about that too?
No. Surprisingly, he hasn't bragged about that.
That one's a real rumor, by the way. He does actually do that.
He does?
Emphasizes He does. She nods to Archibald.
Next, you're going to be telling me that you can kill a man with a single touch.
And what if I can? She jokes.
Well, theoretically, you could. Around the neck.
Precisely. She nods. And oh god, so that's the thing. Archibald doesn't know about her first kill, but she definitely does. So she laughs a little, freezes for a moment, and then continues laughing.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about, what's her name?
Her loyalty kill, not
Oh, the
Florence.
loyalty.
I'm talking.
Because that was
The
a kill
loyalty
with 0
kill.
touches.
No, it was the neck. She broke that guy's neck.
No, I was talking about Florence. That was a kill with
Florence
0
was,
touches.
yeah, Florence was 0 touches, which is why she technically doesn't consider it.
Holy shit,
But-
no way. No way, she's the 0 touch takedown master.
Killer.
You,
Hell yeah.
you know that
But
fucking scam artist, fake psychic martial arts person?
No.
Oh boy.
I'm
That's a
so
rabbit.
glad you clocked that, by the way, Martin. But she nods and she goes, I don't know what variation of the story Hather told out loud in the dining hall. Like, she takes a breath and she goes, what did he say happened?
I relayed most of what it said. That there's a fight and that Asher was the one to do the deed.
That's correct.
That he still has the axe.
Yep. That chip in it is from me.
Now that is something to brag about.
She
If you
smiles.
don't mind me saying.
She laughs. No,
Oh,
that's the only way
He
you
just
can
chuckles
cope, you know?
awkwardly. Gallows humor. Yeah,
Precisely.
not used
So,
to it.
You will get used to it here.
don't like
she,
it.
she laughs. Oh, but you will. She laughs. So, Ash is back in the cell, but they're fine. Dill is making potions. Doe has buddied with them. Eliza's here. Dahlia's up there. You're here. Everyone has rations. Everyone's well fed. Presumably because you're out of the cells, all of you can use the communal showers and restrooms. And she thinks for a moment. I have no doubt in my mind that Stokes would invite anyone with, and she wonders how to phrase it. And she settles on the very neutral, non-hollowed wind physicality to use his restroom. Which is her way of saying AFAB. So everyone's set in that regards. Food, hygiene, basic needs being met. Which is part of how we survive this.
Of course. Of course.
Actually, shockingly, that's not why. So the reason Evie uses Stokes' restroom, right, is because obviously when she was the only woman on the ship, it was not like it wasn't okay. So she didn't use his restroom until like she first woke up super duper early to hit the showers before everyone else, like before the first morning shift started, which also cut into her sleep time. But then the first time she was quarantined and treated by Stokes, he had the realization that she doesn't have access to any, like, the common bathroom on the ship is not safe, obviously. And then the private suites are all, obviously, everyone else's. And so that's why he was like, okay, well, you can use mine. And it's not perversion in a sense of that nature. It's he genuinely has like a medical obsession with her physicality for like the tub, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's like different. there's nuance to this, right? Because also canonically, he is not into women sexually. And that makes it better.
Fruit.
That's part of the reason he's not into women sexually.
Right. Okay. Right, so is anyone else doing anything before we move on in particular? Like, Dahlia, are you doing anything? Liza, are you doing anything? Ash, are you doing anything?
Nope.
Nope, no.
Are we gonna go into the morning, or are we gonna stay at night?
We're gonna kind of pass the night if not.
Got it.
Right. So, as night falls, and the rest of the party is already asleep, or trancing, Evie, you finish your shift and return to the closet. You open it up, and, well, there to greet you inside it is Hayes.
She smiles at him and she goes, "Hey,
Hello.
how are
Hi
you
there.
doing?" Hi.
You okay?
She nods. I'm doing better.
How did it go? What happened? I heard the explosions, but I didn't want to leave the closet.
Of course not. I prefer that you're safe there, actually. But she smiles.
I saw
None
that
of
the
us
captain
died.
was angry.
Yeah. She explains. You know how often you hear about the Hoard through like just him talking about it constantly.
Yes. About the Hoard?
Well, guess what the eye did? He did. He shattered it.
Oh, it's... So the
And
eye's
he's
dead then.
alive. He's
What?
alive. She looks at him in utter shock that she gets to be the one to tell this. From my understanding, there is some reason Captain wants to keep the eye around and not let him die.
That's... Goodness.
But he's alive.
That's a relief.
It is.
What about fellow who was rowing with you? What happened? To him?
He is most unfortunately gone. We haven't even closed his
see.
eyes or anything.
Right.
We haven't even taken his body onto the ship.
Okay, not going to use that disguise anymore.
Good to, yeah. Or she kind of shakes her head. I wonder if in like 2 weeks everyone will forget, and then you could just use that disguise.
No. He has quite a few friends aboard.
Fair enough.
They'd realize.
She nods. Good to know. I'll tell them eventually. Obviously not in the middle of the night.
Right. I'll head off then. Sleep.
Oh. She laughs. I won't be getting much of that, but I certainly must try. And she looks over Hayes again, and she's just, for some fucking reason, she's imprinted on Hayes, where she's just like,
Yeah.
I love this little guy. So she looks him
Yeah.
over.
Dried date I smuggled from the kitchen.
Oh, she smiles. Also, she looks at Hayes. The trunk Hathor gave me here outside the door. I put a fuck ton of extra rations I got. You're welcome to any of them.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Of course.
And kind
Of
of
course.
takes a kind of link of cured, little tiny bit of cured meat.
She looks at Hayes and she goes, "Are you comfortable with hugs?"
I don't know.
Hmm.
Maybe not quite yet.
She nods. Of course.
Sorry.
Of course, no apologies. She lowers her voice very quietly because she knows the others are sleeping, but still she knows to not be loud on this
Yeah,
ship.
yeah.
And she goes, "If we make it through this, you're welcome on the Sigil.
Thank you.
Of course, and you won't have to hide."
Wiping away like misty eyes, Hayes will kind of shift into the form of a member of the crew and kind of go down into the rec room.
Bye, Con.
Right. So you start to fall asleep?
She tries to curl up onto the tight, cramped floor and shuts the door behind herself and looks up at the mold and the tally marks and
Yeah.
the pest and just curls up, trying desperately to sleep.
As you close your eyes and eventually finally start to drift off, somewhere in the back of your head you hear that faint singing again. You've not forgotten it.
And she kind of,
Not drifted
her
away
eyes
from your
flutter.
mind for some reason.
Her eyes flutter as her ears perk up.
As you find this cool rush over your body. You're under the ship.
She starts gasping for air.
You can breathe.
She looks around in a panic.
Drifting. The sea seems almost lit up. Bizarrely enough. It's incredibly strange, but it feels almost comfortable down here.
She looks around.
You see a siren. Unfamiliar yet. Something about them seems like you've seen them before. Like you've met him before.
She
Like
looks at
this
him
has
with
happened so many times. Something
she looks
feels
at him with
Sorry,
wide eyes.
I kept
No.
interrupting you, sorry.
No. You are fine. She looks at him with wide eyes.
Fuck. Oh god, how do I even go about playing Peace and Deal?
Whatever you're comfortable with and however you feel it. This is the fun thing about this being a creative, multi-layered campaign. Whatever you think, you've got. I'm down for anything.
Are you alright?
She looks at him confused. How are we doing this?
We're safe down here. Safe
She
from the water, safe from your crew. Safe from all struggles.
Is this a dream?
I think of it as so many times.
She slowly nods.
You can relax here with me.
I can?
You know my name.
I do?
Somewhere deep down inside you. I shall let you
She,
remember it. Remind me, how does Pisani refer to Evie? Like, what kind of, what name?
like the pet name? It's Pretty Thing.
Oh. I'll give you that memory, pretty thing.
Her ears perk up.
As kind of a couple of memories come trickling back. This is Pisani.
She says his name in such a hushed whisper.
One who first rescued you after the execution.
She slowly nods.
Who spared your life.
She looks at him with just this like newfound awe of like those memories hitting back, and she's just like, why me?
Because you fell. Fell that day. I once followed this ship. So long. Feasting those from north. So different, my pretty.
She blushes.
You've changed me. For that,
I did?
I have granted you this. All of this. And just smiles, this ethereal smile. All the while the singing in the back of your head is still going.
She looks around again.
I can take you away from this place again. Give you another fresh start. I know just how much you suffer. Just how painful it is to live amongst these words. Their taste is sour. Their hearts black and empty.
She very slowly nods.
I can take you away from all of this. Give you a new life
But my
again.
crew.
You will survive. It does not need to concern you.
She slowly nods, but like the resistance is still there. Where she's like, but my crew.
Even now, even still, when they are no longer your
Even,
crew.
even still.
Even still, I mean, still only showed up. Okay, but
She's-
right.
she nods. Even still.
You are in, aren't you?
She blushes again.
Kind of swims toward you, caresses your face.
She looks up at him.
You seemed different. I brought you here from the other times that you've been down here. You seemed
Oh?
less caught off guard.
I wonder if it's the exhaustion.
No, no. You have been paying me visits countless times since then. Have
She
been
nods
much
slowly.
more exhausted than you are now.
So what do you think it is?
I do not know. Perhaps I sang to you without knowing that you were not asleep.
Oh. She blinks as she realizes. So that was you earlier.
It has always been me. A song from the sea that only you can hear. Can you
She
say,
nods very slowly.
I cannot remember any of it. I cannot let you.
Why? She's her resistance is fading as she looks at his hand and looks at him.
Spoiled. Like,
Eve, you're really quiet. I can
sorry,
barely hear
sorry.
you.
Unlike the company you keep on this ship.
He nods.
But I had prayed. No, I had hoped and prayed that you would never return.
I did as well. I never thought I'd be back here.
Kind of see an expression of thought go across Peaceny's face. But your loyalty still, even in this trying of times, remains entirely with your people.
It always has. She with some of the memories of her previous encounters bouncing around in her head, she looks at him and just smiles.
He looks back, and just this heartbroken but caring look on his face says, and they always will. I cannot keep you from them.
He's gonna notice that she's just crying a little.
But I will keep you safe.
How, how can I repay you for that?
Keep living, pretty thing. That is how you can repay.
He nods very slowly.
Farewell, Captain.
He blushes.
And kind of gives you an embrace as you return back to the closet.
She's gonna open her eyes and blink and look around and be like, whoa. Whoa. Do the memories fade?
You feel like you're waking up from a dream. The memories
That's what I thought.
are fading, but not immediately, like they do every other time.
She scrambles and reaches towards her diary to write down as much as she can.
And you write down most of it.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
Let's go.
Evie now knows about Peaceny.
Holy shit, it only took her fucking 7 years. Yes!
Yep.
7? You mean 5?
5. Yeah, I can't do basic math. Subtraction. It only took her 5 years.
Peaceny only met Evie when she
The
was
execution,
executed.
Yeah, so that's 5.
And now you can sleep.
Gosh.
That was amazing.
Like I said, I try to act.
You did. That was amazing. I'm speechless.
You really, really did.
So, are we saying it's morning now?
Yes, it is morning now.
Awesome. So, thinking. Where would Asher be on the ship first thing in the morning after waking up, obviously?
Not sure.
Alright.
Leanne?
Asher waking up first thing in the morning on the ship. So here's the thing. Because he is Hathor's bunkmate, effectively, he stays in his office, though, and not in the main room. But if he was waking up, he'd be waking up in the office on the floor.
Oh, after waking up, getting up. Oh,
like his morning
when
routine?
he
He's
goes-
making breakfast.
Oh yeah, he
Right.
works the kitchens, doesn't
He has 2 jobs. He's the executioner and he's also the head chef.
Yeah.
Because everyone on the ship has 2 jobs.
My thing waits until after breakfast. So anyone else that wants to do something first, go ahead.
he? You
We
are
just
free to
sleep
roam.
in the cages, I think.
You are
Yeah.
free to roam, you just sleep in your cages.
So yeah, if anyone else wants to do something first, go ahead.
Your weapons have been confiscated, but some of your gear is... but the rest of your gear is still remaining.
I think Dahlia goes down to Dr. Stokes' office and visit the eye.
Well, before you do that, you wake up in the crow's nest, I assume,
Yep.
and just crouching next to you is the eye. What'd you say? You're breaking
Does
up
her
a bit.
morning... Oh, sorry. Yeah, she's pleased to see that, but she does her morning ritual, or morning prayer ritual before speaking to him.
Morning.
Good morning, Sal. I'm glad to see that you were blessed you for the night. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah.
How are you so sure that you won't see you?
You are extremely muffled.
Oh, sorry.
Try
How did you
rejoining.
open- Okay, hold on. Is this any better?
A bit.
Better, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
How do you know for sure that Four Fingers will not kill you?
He needs me. And somewhere deep down inside him, I think there's a tiny little bit of him that gets nostalgic sometimes.
Oh, like good old days kind of nostalgic?
Pardon?
Like good old days kind of nostalgic?
Yeah. Back on that sloop. Back when he was just well, not a kid. He was grown, just wasn't as big as he is now.
Hmm.
He knows how useful I am. Well, I've been here the longest.
She is looking at him with very obvious concern in her eyes.
Anyway. I don't... Now, as for why I insulted him... Well... I don't exactly value my own life that much.
You were blessed with the gift of life.
I'm old. I don't have much of the gift of life left.
But it is what you have left is still as valuable as mine or Evie's, Four Fingers, or anyone
I'll
here.
be lucky if I last another year, Dahlia.
Then live that year how you want to live.
I am. Doing what I love. Doing what I'm good at.
She nods.
And I'm making choices that I wouldn't otherwise make. I never... When I said that to his face, I've never felt more alive.
Really?
Yeah. But don't you go following my example. Unless you want to get yourself
Mm.
killed.
Yeah, I suppose you are right.
I'm a special case.
You mean a lot to him.
Nah. I do a lot for him. There's a difference. Shit that means a lot to him.
Hmm. And you're the one that keeps order on it.
Yep. It's me. Now, I better get back to work.
Of course.
Right. Yeah.
At what point in the morning would Evie be at the wheel?
Well, let's see. She
As
works
soon
14
as she
hours.
wakes up.
So let's see, there's 24 hours in a day. So
Let's say you
24 minus
Yeah.
Let's say you
14.
sleep at
6 a.m. sharp.
Got it.
Yeah.
Ash is gonna come up onto deck and immediately go straight to Evie and just sit down on cross-legged in front of the wheel and speak while staring the direction the wheel is facing, so looking away from Evie, and say, I don't know what to say.
That's completely okay. I would have told you guys all had I. No, she shakes her head. I shouldn't. I don't ever like lying to myself, but I don't think I would have told you guys anything beyond be careful with him.
Ash nods and is like, I get why. Their voice isn't shaking, but like their voice is not. Their voice is tired. Ash goes, if I'm not going to do anything stupid, but I want to know, would it hurt you if I stayed with him?
She takes a moment and she thinks and she goes, "That ship has sailed. If you're safe and content and he's safe and content, then I am remarkably happy at the idea of him finding someone again."
Kissing her and hugging her.
Hugging her? Yeah. Ash gets up and looks at Evie and doesn't really say anything because they really just don't have anything to say, but like gives the most thankful look that they possibly can, and then walks off to go find Asher.
Hell yeah!
I assume this. I'm gonna. If no one else had anything they wanted to do around breakfast, would everyone be okay if I breezed through breakfast?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So assumedly this is after breakfast has been made, and so Ash finds Asher. Where assumedly he would just be like sitting somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Ash goes up to Asher and sits next to him, not saying anything, but just sitting there.
Yeah. You and kind of
They cut him off and
looks back down.
just go, I can't expect any different, I think. They seem like they just can't quite vocalize what they're thinking.
Asher is kind of hunching into himself. Just huddling.
Ash goes, I've done worse. I am
Sure.
furious with you. But I know that nothing could change the past. I can only imagine you've had way more than enough guilt about it.
I don't think I'll ever stop.
Ash kind of like
in a
reaches their
way.
hand over and takes one of his hands and just goes, I understand.
Never gonna be free.
None of us are.
Maybe this was a mistake.
I did not hear what you said.
Maybe this was a mistake.
No. They they shake their head not furiously, but just like very like sure on it not
Vigorously.
being a mistake.
Emphatically.
Yeah, emphatically, sorry. And they're like, I they kind of like sigh at themselves and they're like, my biggest concern was upsetting, and they kind of like stop themselves from saying Evie, and they look like, because they're trying to get out the habit of saying Evie around the Holodwin crew, and like I was more worried about upsetting
Evie.
Jenny than. Was that in character or out of
Yes,
character?
that was in character.
And they kind of go, yeah, Evie, and I was more concerned about upsetting her than the actual thing itself. And they just like,
You don't have to take pity on me.
Ash
You can just
kind of
go.
like, Ash again emphatically shakes her head and is like, no, I don't want to.
Surely you're not exactly here for my... this.
Ash just goes, I don't think I could stay on here and not stay with you.
And he kind of just buries his head. Partly out of being flustered and partly out of shame.
Ash doesn't have their gloves on at this point in the day, just their mask, and so they reach out and put a hand on Ash's cheek and bring his face to theirs, and just go, "It's fine."
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ash then goes, I am still furious. But I don't think I care as much about that.
Asher just looks down. No words need to be spoken.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
I fulfilled my quota. I'm done.
Hee. Right. Other
Ooh.
people. Yes? What?
I was before we shift back to me, Eliza's looking around the ship and like making out a mental map.
Ah, sorry. Eliza is gonna roam around the ship. Wait, what? Huh? What? Why'd the messages delete? Soul? Soul, you good? Hello? You there? Well, why'd you delete the messages? Okay, okay. Yeah, Soul's just making a mental map of the shit. I mean,
Soul.
Eliza's just making a mental map of the shit. Right. What's everybody else up to? Well, everybody else. What's Dahlia and Still?
Much the same as the previous day.
Okay, okay.
He's on that grind set.
Any gonna do any like?
Now that she actually has her equipment, she's probably using like riding the winds and gust of wind to help steer.
Yeah. Using any like did you want any kind of role play with Desmos or
I'm good.
okay. Okie dokie. Ah. Sorry. Thanks. Shall we just progress until the end of the day?
Fine by me.
If
So-
no one else has anything to do.
The sun is setting. Evie's shift is coming to an end. And someone approaches her. Hello.
He looks at him.
You. And I are gonna get to know each other a little better.
You keep saying so. She nods.
Do you want to go somewhere with privacy, or do you want to just go to the common room? I know which I'd rather, but
Well, she tilts her head a little. Whose suite are you sharing?
Schaefer.
Ah,
Don't worry, he's
Hmm.
not in there. Do you want to bring some
I
of your
mean-
cronies with you, or no?
cronies. And she takes a sharp laugh. They're not cronies.
Sure they aren't. Just like I'm not.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, we can. Her eyes kind of narrow. You have my stuff. So yeah, I'll go to your room.
You will, huh? Alright.
I will.
Tell you what. Well, actually, how'd you feel about me inviting Schaefer in with us?
Annoyed, but it literally is his room, so.
What about you? Did you want to bring anyone?
Ooh, he hasn't gotten much screen time. I'll say she grabs Archibald.
Oh, no.
Unless that breaks everything. If
No,
not,
that
if
doesn't
not,
break anything at all. Just like, oh no. Does anyone in the party want to come along?
I said that, and then I realized that makes you have to voice 3 characters.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
You know, I think Dahlia is gonna come just to keep an eye and make sure
I
that
am going to
he's
say this. It's just going to be a little bit of game. A fun time.
Her eyes narrow as she considers
It's going to be a
all the
card game.
a card game, and obviously she
And
knows. Okay,
He's going to kind
so
of...
in the slur and fury of like everyone getting kidnapped on the ship, she hasn't even thought about the safe.
Yeah.
So she's like, a
He-
card game.
And he is going to pull back his jacket with one of his gangly limbs and kind of flash a little box.
She immediately freezes up and she goes, "Oh, you got into my safe."
Why wouldn't we?
She looks at him and she goes, "Daywalker, I need you
Yeah?
to listen very clearly. Those are not regular playing cards.
Oh, I know. I know exactly what these are.
Her face goes flush and she goes, "You do."
Oh, I do. So does
So then
Schaefer.
why even handle them?
Because we're going to be playing a game.
She takes a gulp of air.
There's going to be a betting pool.
You're insane.
Maybe. That ain't stopped me yet.
Well, if that's the case, I don't want to even risk any of my crewmates touching this.
No, we can... If there's things to be traded for, then...
She looks over at Archibald with big old eyes. And she's like, "I don't want you dying."
Oh, right. Of course. I wasn't quite... I'm going to say, this will be a circle drawing from the deck.
So, meta for a moment, who would actually want to draw from the deck? Like, who would want to have their characters draw?
Hmm.
I don't
This
think
could
Dahlia would
kill
want-
you, but I'm theoretically...
We're gonna,
It's not gonna, like,
if
kill
we
you,
do a
kill
kill,
you.
it's gonna, like, be it's not gonna be a your character is dead. It's going to be a your character's revised.
Or, like, if it's the ones that are just... your soul is forever trapped, I'm going to, like, soften those, probably, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Whatever works. We're not gonna,
It's not
I'm
gonna
not,
be like,
we're not gonna
your
throw
character
this
is
onto you.
perma-dead.
Your character is permanently fucked over forever. No.
Fuck the donjon.
Vetoes are valid.
Fuck the void and
Yeah.
fuck the donjon. Actually, no.
Still
Donjon,
would draw
donjon
cards.
isn't even in the 13 card deck. But
But
this is a 22
I
card
do-
deck.
so specifically because obviously, right, like Evie would have an idea of who would want to. She would say no. So if a character wants to, by all means, they should like say so. Like they should like make it so that they get to join.
Who wants
minute
to
still
join?
hears-
Oh fuck.
The minute still
Hold on.
hears what deck is being used, they want in.
Oh fuck
shit.
yeah.
Oh wait. Oh Caster. Caster isn't here. Caster would have loved this. Fuck.
We could leave this for next session.
We could.
Yeah.
We could theoretically.
I say we plan that for the start of next session.
Or hear me out.
I'd be
We
fine with that.
start it. We let still get a draw because Starch has not played much this session, and then
Yeah.
we do a cliffhanger.
Absolutely, we
'Cause
could.
I have- Yeah.
We absolutely could. Yeah.
That's the plan.
Nice.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay. So, right. So who is joining? Who is
Ash
going
is
to be
otherwise
drawn?
engaged.
Ash is otherwise engaged. Ash is fucking Asher nasty style.
And they're allowed to.
I mean,
Okay, Ash is otherwise engaged. I can only assume Dahlia will not be drawing a card from the deck of many fucking things. Knowing
She will
her.
not be drawing, but she will watch. Just
She'll
to keep,
watch? Oh, fuck.
just to make sure that people are safe.
I was about to say that's so smart because I was about to be like, I don't think a character could watch without
Mediator.
being roped in.
Mediator.
But being like
'Cause
in the
then-
hall watching through the key, that's fucking
then,
I
iconic.
see.
because then Dahlia can go get Ash if
Soul.
they're needed.
Soul. Will
Is
you...
it in there?
Eliza doesn't... Okay, wait. So, Soul, Eliza is actually joining, right? Okay, so the people joining are Evie, Eliza, Still, and Archibald. Actually, no, Archibald is not going. Actually, yeah, Archibald is going to.
Oh.
Right. And then, obviously, Schaefer and Daywalker. Right.
Just to pad out their ranks, I'll say Desmos would want to play too.
Yeah, Desmos is playing. Okay.
He is
right.
the most like Asher pre-execution was the most like boyish, jovial. Post-execution, obviously not. So Desmos is kind of that like the like not he's actually young because he isn't actually young, but he has that like he sings, he dances, he performs, he play like that's right up his alley.
He's a party guy.
He's a party guy, exactly. Four fingers get melted with bricks forever.
Okay. Right. Everybody roll initiative who's actually participating. So, Leanne, Soul, Starch, and me.
Roll initiative, you.
$19.
Hell yeah. Oh, that fits so well because you're going first.
Right. Still is 19. Eliza's 18. Evie is 16. Right. Okay. Bump. What the fuck? Why?
Oh, is it not recording?
No, the JoJo thing.
Oh, because Eliza sent a King Crimson gif earlier.
Oh, right. Okay.
Soul, sorry. I keep calling everyone their character names.
Yeah. Okay, so up first, still. By the way, I'm the one who is going to be rolling for the things.
Yep,
This
that's
is
fair.
the 22 card deck, by the way.
Oh, it's for 22. I
This
see.
is the 22 card deck. This is the spicy one. And it's the 2024 version.
Noted.
So no alignment flipping is going to go on.
Yeah, that's squirrely.
Because alignment is kind of dead.
Yeah.
Which, finally, the objective alignment system is gone. Well, sort of. Somewhat gone. It's not just a solid thing anymore. Right.
Yeah.
For the first
I can only
card,
think of a few things off the top of my head. Are we deciding how many to draw, or is it just one at a time?
Ooh. Oh, right. First things first. So, rules of the game. Here we go. Everyone picks a number of cards to draw. Here. And kind of, Schaefer, a bag please. And kind of, they empty the pouch full of shards of the Hoard onto the table to use as betting chips.
Oh, you're sick.
You take a number of items equal to your draws. 1 to 3. Or you can substitute for other objects that belong to someone else. You can have... yeah, everyone's... Well... Okay, so... I don't know. Or you can substitute things for someone else's stuff. Things like... possessions, knowledge, etc. Like, I think a modified / scalable alignment systems aren't, like, terrible. They are just a little bit bluntly and overly simplist. More in terms of, like, alignment is a bit of a silly way to look at things sometimes in an objective point of view, like... Plus, it's also how it's been used historically of... all of this race of monster has this alignment, except for some occasional... Goddamn. But, yeah.
E4, man. Listen, as a fellow E4 player, yeah.
Take turns.
Shit was bad, guys. Shit was bad in old D&D.
We're gonna take turns drawing. So... You start, Potion Man.
He has a name. She looks at Daywalker with irritation.
I haven't learned it.
Why don't you ask?
Because frankly, I don't care. Right. What do you want? And how many cards? These things can kill you. 3? Christ.
You're insane.
This...
Slash section it.
I'm not going to act like this couldn't... Starch.
3.
Starch. How...
Are you
Yes.
sure?
Okay, so... Like... What is your opinion on cards like Donjon and the Void?
My opinion is as follows. You mentioned something about toning down cards that would just be instant death. I am not unwilling to do consequences, given how aggressively in character for still this would be.
I wasn't necessarily being like, oh, you're not actually going to die. This could kill you.
Okay.
Not perma-kill you, I'm gonna say, but theoretically, I have some alternatives.
That's why Dolly is on standby to make sure nothing goes wrong. She
3
seems
cards I said, and 3 I shall draw.
Okay, card number 1. You draw from the deck. And the card you draw has a shining comet on it. The next time you enter combat against one or more hostile creatures, you can select one of them as your foe when you roll initiative. If you reduce your foe to 0 hit points during that combat, you have advantage on death saving throws for 1 year. If someone else reduces your chosen foe to 0 hit points, or you don't choose a foe, this card has no effect. The next combat you're in, you better knock someone to 0 hit points. Because if you do, you get 1 year's worth of advantage on death saves.
I believe that can be achieved.
Right. Up next. So do you immediately just draw a second card?
Yes.
Dude, all 3-1 rip is wild.
You really did just hold in a massive fucking bong rip.
Still is aura farming, actually.
Still really fucking is aura farming. Oh.
0 fucks given.
Still is the type of character who, when presented with a Russian roulette scenario, cocks it 4 times.
Right. Next card. What's this one? Fuck's sake.
Oh no.
I hate
Is it a
this.
good one? It's a good
I'm
one.
going to fucking kill you.
Is it the wish one?
You draw the knight.
Oh, the knight.
A knight
Ooh.
appears.
You are forever
within
saved.
30 feet of yourself. Within 30 feet of you. The knight has the same alignment as you and serves you loyally until death, believing the two of you have been drawn together by fate. You
It's
can
the same
create
race
a
as you
name and a
as well.
backstory. Oh, and the same race. What? Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
no. No, it's
Let me
not.
look.
This is 2024.
Oh. Oh.
Work with your DM to create a name and a backstory for this NPC. The DM can use
Oh,
a
I will
different
be in
stat
touch.
block to represent the knight as desired. This is so fucking funny. You have
You
a
are forever
fucking knight
protected.
errant. Right. And up next, your last card. By the way, what did you actually ask for?
I'm actually a little unclear on that part of it.
So, like, you can either just take shards of the Hoard, or you can specifically ask for, like, possessions, knowledge, etc. from other people at the table.
Are the shards just kind of for bartering later?
The shards are just straight up worth an awful lot of fucking money.
Free shards then.
I'm gonna say each shard is like 1,000 gold pieces. Okay, so...
Do they qualify as diamonds, I must ask?
No, I do not think the shards qualify as diamonds, necessarily. Maybe.
Alright. Well, all
I'm
the
not
same,
sure.
free shards.
Actually, fuck it. Maybe. Maybe they do work as diamonds. Maybe they do work as diamonds. Sure. Go on.
So this is 27 revivifies then, on the table.
Sort of. But...
Oh my god.
Right, third card. So you get slid over a second shard. And do you immediately draw a third card?
Yes.
And that is a 97. Oh no. You feel a tugging. Not physically, but in the back of your soul.
Yep, there it is.
A cold sensation takes your body as you draw the void card. I am going to say the void card, what it does is it just kills you. Yes, they do go back into the deck. Starch?
Yes.
Still is dead. Still just collapses cold onto the table.
You hear Dahlia shriek, Ash!
Guess he's not getting that third shard, is he?
Evie takes a sharp breath.
That is a shame.
And she...
I enjoyed working with him. Oh, sorry, pause. Pause. You wanted to pause? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Edgar immediately loses form and splatters to the floor.
No!
No!
No! Tommy,
Stilch is
we're
just
getting
pale
Still back.
and
We're getting
is
Still back. And we're getting
emaciated.
Edgar back.
Like,
So Dahlia sprinting to find Ash.
basically just
Iconic.
kind of just immediately mummifies.
Oh shit. Evie.
Yes, I know that's not
looks-
what the void actually does, but the void traps them to the
You're
point where
allowed
they
to-
can't even be saved by a fucking wish spell, so...
Yeah, no, this is more interesting.
But it also means that you aren't just out of the fucking thing. You aren't, like, out of the
Where does
campaign.
Hornet-
So, Ash meets Dahlia, like, halfway to there and is like, what happened? What happened? And they're kind of, like, panting because they've just been running. And they are... You see that they're, like, putting their mask back on.
Yeah, she like grabs Ash's head and riding the wind and zooms back to the room.
Yeah, Ash sees still and is like, takes a second and loudly says, What the fuck are all of you doing?
Evie looks at Ash, and she says, could you help him?" And she points at Still. No, actually,
They
she would
nod.
say, "Please help Still."
They nod and they're like, "Where's the diamonds?"
Take it from his cut.
Thank you. And she
Ash-
immediately grabs it.
Ash,
One of the two that he's earned.
Ash takes it, kneels next to Still, and just like pops it on his chest, holding it down, and casts Revivify and is like,
Revivify doesn't seem to work.
and they're kind of like, "This is what I fucking get." Oh,
Revivify seems like it isn't quite strong enough to bring back Still.
okay.
You're gonna need something a little higher caliber.
I'm on my laptop. I don't. Hold on. I do have my
Raise
notes.
dead. Raise dead.
Raise dead. I have that, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on.
Fuming.
I, for some reason, didn't write down Raise Dead, so give me a second to get it up.
It's basically just Revivify, except bigger and stronger.
Yeah,
But
more
yes, I will
juice,
give you
works
a
within
sec.
10 days instead of 1 minute.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this means I get to give you this specific roll. Hold on.
Yeah, they take a second one, and they pop it next to the other one, and just like... Oh, it takes an hour!
Ah, I see.
So,
Right,
it works immediately, but still's out of the game for an hour.
yeah.
So,
Still is just
Yeah,
conked
that-
out. Shriveled
that
up.
ticks on. Everyone else feel free to
I
chat.
take it you're
'cause
taking
got
Still
a-
elsewhere, maybe.
No, we're staying right there.
What, in
Ash
the
isn't
fucking
risking
room?
that. Yeah, Ash isn't risking anything.
I see. Right. So that happened. It's Eliza's turn.
Hello.
So I have added Still to Venerated Dead.
At the moment.
Delightful.
Temporarily.
Yep. I will roll on a different table, though.
Still will have 1 hit point after this.
I see.
Oh, it's gonna take... Okay, also, I'm gonna send a bit of text, and we can decide whether we want to keep it or not.
Send a bit of text.
It's in no mic. It's one of the consequences.
Takes a -4 penalty to... Oh no! That on top of the resurrection complication I rolled for him?
Oh, assume we're doing that?
Yep. That plus
Still, you good
the,
with that?
I am good with whatever the consequences of this are.
Awesome.
That's
Sick.
the consequence. Also, the loyal knight
Nice.
is standing watch next to you.
Yeah, that's fair.
I love how you just
Imagine
have a
me-
loyal knight now. It's so funny.
That poor
That's
night, man. They spawned into existence
Yeah.
and watched the person die.
Yeah.
Literally
Ash,
their first
pain,
memory
and the
ever.
pain.
yeah. Ash looks over at everyone, kind of like waves their hand, like, continue. Also,
Okay.
shall we say Asher followed Ash or stayed in the place?
Oh, Asher... I don't know. Probably stayed.
That.
I don't know.
That's too many characters for you to voice.
Yeah. Okay, right. So, Eliza,
Hmm.
your turn.
Give me
How many you
6.
drawing and what do you want?
Yikes.
Pardon? Unless you want
See?
unless you want to chicken out. You can only draw 1 to 3.
Oh, 1 to 3. That's dumb.
Soul. If you drew 6, you would be dead for reals.
And where's the fun in that?
We've only got so many shards.
So you're drawing 3.
He doesn't want shards.
What you want for him?
Revify, I mean.
Just want 3 cards, man.
Ray's dead, in fact.
Yeah, Ray's dead.
So,
And I just canonized that it takes 2 shards.
pardon? Wait, it takes 2?
I
Do you
just-
need 2,000 gold worth of diamonds?
Oh, do both spells take 500 worth of diamonds?
Wait, what? Huh?
I didn't check what Revify
No, not
costs.
Revivify.
before I-
Ray's, this is Ray's
300.
dead.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, raised dead is 500.
How much does
Wait, is
Revify?
it? No, Revivify's 500, right? Or
No,
was
it's
it
300.
300. Oh yeah, Raised Dead is 500. So technically speaking, you're only getting half the value out of these shards.
Yeah.
Such as
Right.
it is.
Okay. So your first card that you draw, Eliza.
Just to
is-
check, does anyone else have Ray's Dead? I will take that as a no.
I don't think anyone else even gets it.
Yeah, well, like, if anyone else dies, you're gonna have to wait for an hour.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Right. So. First things first. The first one you draw is the Fool. You have disadvantage on D20 tests for the next 72 hours. Draw another card. This card doesn't count as one of your declared draws. So you have disadvantage for the next 3 days on everything.
That's fine.
Plus you have 3 extra draws. What were you
Fact that this
asking
counts.
for each draw, by the way?
She doesn't want anything.
No,
She
but
just wants
like
to pull these cards.
that's kind of part of the point of the game. So like I guess you just get shards by default.
Okay, she'll just
There
be
you
handing
go.
it to the
1,000
to the
gold.
person behind her.
I guess the rest of the party. I guess it goes into the party gold. Right. Second card. That is. Uh-oh. You draw talons.
Oh,
Every magic item you wear or carry disintegrates. Artifacts in your possession vanish instead.
well, technically, her bow.
Thank
with the
God, thank
ship.
God Ash isn't playing.
Technically, her bow and arrow is part of the ship. It's not on her. They took it. So past that, she has nothing else magical. A magical item.
I am gonna count that item as an artifact, though.
Thought that had to be on hand.
And also possession of yours, which I guess it's not.
Yeah. Now
Okay.
belongs to him.
You got away with it this time. Right, that's a second, that's a second thing.
Thought the fool didn't. Did the fool not count? Or
Actually,
yeah, this doesn't count
no,
once
that's
you
the
declare
first thing.
draw.
That's your first thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, because you drew that card, The first shard disintegrates
Ha!
because it's technically a piece of magic item that isn't magic anymore, but like does still have some lingering magic in it.
Okay.
But yes.
I will be drawing.
The
more
wording is
cards.
that you are carrying. That you wear or carry.
Okay.
So you are not wearing or carrying it. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, you currently still are at a running total of only 1 shard. You draw another card. You pull the rogue.
That's fine.
Are you aware of what the rogue does?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
You don't feel anything happen to you.
Must have been a dud.
Right. Okay, so that's a second shard. And finally, your third card. You roll. The moon.
Let's fucking go.
I was looking at
Good
that
lord.
one, and
Please,
that's
God, no. Please don't break my campaign. Please, God, help me. Help me, help me, help me, help me. No.
I can
mercy.
keep them. I can keep. So wait, is 1d3 times? So
on.
does that
1d
mean?
free.
1.
So what does that mean? So 1. I get 1.
1 use of the wish spell, which you get to kind of save.
Yeah, I'm saving that one.
Okay.
I have an idea. I have an
Fuck.
idea, but I am saving it.
Fuck. Please do not
You're
break my
okay.
campaign open, though.
I'm not. I promise that.
Right.
I got something else in mind, though.
Up next on the docket. Oh, and
Let's
that's
see.
a third shard. Daywalker. Just 1. Just 1 card. And in exchange, Evie, I get your gun.
Her blood runs cold, and she goes, "That's
You agreed to the rules of the game.
I did, but
That's...
that's hmm. I don't think you know how much that means to me."
I think I do.
No, you do.
Don't worry. If I die, I don't get your gun. You best hope on your heart of hearts that I pull the same thing your friend did. And he
Oh
just
boy,
has
do I.
a grin on his face. A grin with nothing behind it.
She runs her tongue like against the back of her tusk. And she's like, "Go ahead. Draw."
Oh, fuck. He draws the Fates card.
Oh.
He can undo 1 event.
Okay,
that
Mr. King
happened.
Crimson.
Reality's
Oh,
fabric
wow.
unravels and spins anew, allowing you to avoid or erase 1 event as if it never
Oh,
happened.
no.
You can use
Oh,
this
wow.
card's magic as soon as you draw the card or at any other time.
Oh no.
Or he
Oh
dies.
no.
That's
Oh
handy.
no.
no.
That's very handy.
Okay. Okay,
Now-
now
Ash
he has
has
to
to
die.
spell magic if we want to undo this.
Hand me a piece.
She does.
Thanks very much for that. Right. Evie, it's your turn.
She smiles as she looks at him and she goes, I'm going to return the favor. 1 card and your bat.
You sly piece of shit.
She smiles.
I like
Don't think that
I
just
like
because
you.
I've been gone for 5 years, I don't know exactly how we play here.
I like you. This is the most emotion Daywalker has displayed in the history of him being on the Hollowed Wind. Daywalker for the first time seems alive.
This is the fun thing, right? Especially with the Sigil crew.
In fact,
Evie
you see,
gets to
shockingly,
be slimy. She gets to be Jenny.
you shockingly see a little bit of color returning to his cheeks.
Wow. But yeah, this is the most conniving you've gotten to see Evie in a long time.
Okie dokie. So, you're drawing 1 card in exchange for the bat.
Precisely.
Okie dokie. I could veto this.
Oh no.
What is it?
How funny do you want this to be?
I mean, I want to at least hear it before a veto consideration.
I rolled a 000,
Oh.
Which is?
What is?
which
does that
is
mean?
the void. Again.
Ooh.
But, like, I like to see new cards. I like to see new cards.
Since the stakes are lower, right? Like none of the party members, it's not a TPK. Nobody's technically dying. I'm comfortable with it being a different card.
Yeah, it just takes Evie out for a little bit.
Functionally, it's just minus 1,000 plus you roll on the resurrection table. Right. Are you fucking kidding? Right. Okay. Right. Oh. Hey, Leanne.
Yeah.
I rolled the key. I rolled the key. A magical gun. You'll get a magical gun.
Are you shitting me? Oh my god, fuck yeah.
You lose your gun and then immediately get a shiny newer one.
She,
This is so
oh god.
fucking funny.
She would look at the card, smile to herself. Oh, and she's gonna fucking play into it, right? Because she's a little fucking instigator. She's gonna look at Daywalker dead in the eyes and go, I get your bat and a new gun.
Yeah, you do. Here you go. And kind of hands this crusty, slightly rotting wooden bat filled with rusty nails that are bent out of shape.
Fun fact about
Blood
that bat.
stains so deep into it.
Fun fact about that bat, right? That's his weapon of choice and was the weapon he murdered his parents with. Like, that is his
fact.
signature weapon.
It's entirely non-magical. He has been offered
Yeah, it's
magical
just a
weapons
regular
and clubs
fucking
and
bat.
stuff and maces for a while, but he has refused every time in favor of, I want my bat. I like this. It feels good. There you go.
I respect that.
Rules are rules. You win some, you lose some.
She smiles.
And he kind
And
of
she looks at...
rubs his hand on the barrel of your gun.
She looks at her crew and the Hollowed Wind members, and she just goes, let this be a lesson about me coming back. I'm not here to
doubt
play.
you for a second. Okie dokie.
Also, shall we say Still is back on their next turn?
It takes an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, on the next turn.
Like when
no,
we
this is
start,
only going
yeah.
for one round.
When we, yeah.
This is only going for one round.
When we start the next session, still will be completely fine.
Got it.
And with a new buddy.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, God. What the fuck does Archibald think of this, by the way? This is a woman who is so different than the girlfriend he knows and loves. This is a side of her he has never seen.
And think, after he finds out about the execution as well.
He's definitely not finding things awakening in himself.
As he should.
Yeah. Right. So. New gun. By the way, would you like it to be a different type of gun, or just still a kind of pistol?
Ooh, I
Like,
mean,
Desert
a
Eagles.
musket.
Ooh.
Do a Desert Eagle.
No,
They're pretty.
it has to be a period accurate-ish gun. Like the most advanced I'm gonna say you could make it would be a revolver. But like you can have a
Ooh,
musket, a
consider.
split pistol.
Consider.
Hmm?
Consider a cherry oak flintlock.
A what?
Ooh.
A cherry oak flintlock.
Cherry oak flintlock.
Like the base handle is cherry oak.
So just just a flintlock pistol like the one you had before.
Precisely.
I'm going to roll up. I'm going to get the stats for it eventually, but yes, you have a gorgeous, beautifully polished cherry oak flintlock with gilded barrel.
Also, fun fact about the old one. The old one had 20 notches in it. This one's clean. There's no
20
notches yet.
on her pistol, numbered 1 and 19 more.
Yep.
1 and 19 more.
1 and
Ooh.
19 more.
But yes, so...
I also think it has like this like intricate so her theming, right? Like lilac and butterflies. Because it really, truthfully, it's her dice are the dice Sully got me for Christmas. And so I would love to think that it has this like carved just like butterfly theming on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait. Hold on. Idea. You know how a lot of, like, classical guns like that had, like, a decal on the actual barrel of, like...
Yep.
A woman lying
Yes.
in flowers or some shit?
Yeah.
What if it's Peaceany?
Oh my god, yes!
Hell yes.
Amazing.
Delicious.
Right.
God, that's fun as hell. Yes.
Up next, it's Schaefer's turn. 2 cards. Right. Schaefer is going to draw 2 cards. Oh god, what does Schaefer want? What things
Lord,
does Schaefer want?
Food.
If you have
Shiny.
any inputs on... Oh, shiny. Oh,
Shiny.
yeah. Literally
Shiny.
shiny.
Jewels.
Because, I mean, Schaefer
Riches.
is
Like, that is his thing.
very much well aware that all of the remaining numerous shards of the Hoard will just be going back to Schaefer.
God, imagine sexy merman on the barrel. Like, I'm brain running about that forever.
First card. And, hold on. And kind of points to Archibald. The Black Rose. And Archibald kind of... What? Oh, the eye patch. Oh. Sure. Alright, I suppose. Why not? Amazing. Yeah, Schaefer is playing for the eye patch first. Okie dokie. First things first, eye patch. Schaefer rolls. And gets... Oh, Schaefer rolls the moon card.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Schaefer gets...
What is that bird gonna roll for? What is he gonna get?
Oh shit.
You okay?
Yep. Schaefer gets 3 wishes.
Yeah.
Schaefer's eyes are glowing. This is an
He's
incredibly,
gonna get so many
incredibly
trinkets.
powerful bird. Yes. Oh, sure, absolutely. Yes. You hear in Four Fingers' voice. The DM was rolling it.
Schaefer, literally, he's single-handedly... If he survives the Hollywood, he runs the world's best jewelry and antique shop, frankly.
And second card. The Sea Jewel.
Oh, Evie's eyes flash, and she goes,
Oh.
that is an insane request.
Would Captain say yes?
And in Daywalker's voice, you know the rules of the game.
Don't have to offer it. Just say no.
Just considering
And
the
Schaefer,
ethics of refusing to bring back any of the other team's people.
Schaefer will draw a card.
Oh yeah, could
And
Ash...
scream.
Oh, what do you get?
What do you get?
Also, what was Ash asking?
Oh, would Ash be able to refuse to bring back any of the other team, or would they be expected to?
What do you fucking get? His ass pulled Don John.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck
Okay.
yeah.
Wait,
That's
no.
so
no, wrong
good
thing.
timing.
No, yeah. Don John.
Oh no.
You disappear and become entombed in a state of suspended animation in an extra-dimensional sphere. Everything
Bye,
you're
Birdman.
wearing and carrying disappears with you except for artifacts, which stay behind in the space you occupied when you disappeared. You remain
Thank
imprisoned
God he's the
until you're
least
found
developed.
and removed from the sphere. You can't be
Birdman.
located by any divination magic, but a wish spell can
I have-
reveal the location of your prison. You draw no more cards.
Thank God he's the most useless member of the six.
Bad and naughty birds go in the Soul Wiggler.
So I'm assuming
So,
Ash doesn't have to do
Schaefer.
anything?
Yeah, Ash does not have to do anything.
Got it.
also,
So-
Archibald does
Unless
not
it's
have to
anything.
give up the thing.
The eye patch.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Right. Where did I
Evie
put
looks-
Schaefer on this boat?
Evie looks at all the rest of them and she just goes, "Wow,
Ah, here we go.
wow."
Ash can't do anything. This is not death.
Yeah.
This is
My question was if
full-blown-
Ash would be expected to bring someone back from death from the other team.
I think it would be demanded, yes.
Okay, got it.
Oh, of course it would be. They if we're
Right.
bringing back people, they'd be like, "You're doing it for us too."
Got
Yeah.
it.
Right, where the
But
fuck?
this isn't.
Where the
Ash
fuck is
also has
can't
Schaefer?
bring him-
that to be held over their head as well, so they can't really say no.
Where'd I fucking put There's Schaefer. Right. Schaefer.
Yoink.
Kill menu. Kill creature. Schaefer's dead, everybody.
Hell yeah!
Hey,
Schaefer is fucking gone.
it was while it lasted. Someone needs to update Hayes.
Oh, Hayes is one of Hayes' favorite disguises. No.
Oh, poor baby. Listen, that genuinely though, like, what the fuck is Captain gonna think? One of the 6 is gone. This is going to open questions to him. I love it for it though. I love this. This is a happy complication. I think this is a
Yes.
spectacular
Blame it on the
complication.
guy.
Fuck
Blame it on the
me.
guy who took the cards.
This
Be like,
is
yeah, this guy took them.
insanity.
She
And
looks at Desmond.
Daywalker just says, "No one will shed a tear for him."
What a line! What a line!
He gets his own room, of course he's not sad.
He's ecstatic, actually. He gets his own room.
I'm going to remember that expression on his face. That was the face of pure fear. Thanks. That's exactly what I wanted out of this game. I've got all I needed. That. And your gun. He can jack off in peace now. He's happier than he's ever been. Yes, right. So Schaefer is dead. Effectively.
Bye.
That's fine. He's he's the least developed out of the 6. That's
Yeah.
actually okay.
Oh no! Oh boo! It's not as if everyone knew that this was a possibility. Right.
Oh, we're so crying.
Up
We're crying.
next, Desmos.
God, what the fuck is he gonna ask for?
Gods. Oh. That was... not what I expected. I am half tempted to just declare zero,
She looks at him.
but that would be cowardly. That would be a coward's move. And I am no coward. So, who here has something they can give up? I'm going to let you make an offer. Nobody? Nothing?
I
know something
assume
of yours.
because Ash isn't playing, they can't offer anything, but like,
I know
if
something of yours.
if the rest of the crew are like, go ahead, then they will.
I know something of yours, Miss Eliza. That is very powerful.
Is he gonna ask for
No.
Kalar?
If you ask,
He's thinking of the
About the-
bow.
Oh,
Oh.
that's way better. That
The oath
less
bow.
insane.
But You are more useful with the bow than without.
Precisely.
And I do not see you leaving the crew anytime soon. If you do, it is because the ship has fallen.
Exactly.
Honestly, I am working more on curiosity than anything. I will take a shot, and nothing more. And he rolls a card. Okay. Right. Bleh. Bleh.
What do
What
you
does he
get?
draw?
He will draw. Bleh. Oh god. Brain. And brain.
It's alright.
Ah.
I can roll for you if you want.
No. Yeah. Yeah. He draws. Balance.
Ooh.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Hold on. Yeah.
that's an
Oh.
alignment-based one.
No, it is not.
No. Your
That's
On
ability
roll
from the
score.
old
20,
one.
it's
That's from
right. Roll 20's
2014
update.
D&D.
Yeah, roll
Your
20's
2014.
update.
score. Yeah.
Is going to. You can increase one of your ability scores by 2 to a maximum of 22, provided you also decrease another of your ability scores by 2.
Make that man stupid. To make him stronger.
He is going to increase his intelligence by 2.
Huh.
And reduce
Damn.
his strength.
No riz. Damn, did the opposite.
That hurts.
Oh, so he behaves like a
But-
wizard.
Oh. Ideas. They pour in.
She's having
Sorts
a
of
thought.
things. My mind fills with
His brain-
knowledge.
His brain just made a neuron for the first time.
He now has
Oh my God.
22 intelligence.
Oh wow.
Damn.
Ah. That is more like it. I see no downside to this. Right. Finally, before the thing, it is Archibald's turn.
Oh, the guy.
Sage. Oh, he takes a shard. Sage. He can ask,
Sage.
in the next year, he may ask one question to the Dungeon Master and receive an honest and truthful answer.
Oh shit.
That's to yourself.
He can choose one piece of knowledge and receive a truthful answer to it.
DM, will I ever die a peaceful death? No. Damn.
Right.
Why can we ever get married?
And then Haither bursts in. What in the hells is going on in here?
Evie's entire back straightens up. Like a kid that's been caught smoking in the yard.
We are playing games, Philip. We are playing
Play card
games.
Play card games.
Nothing more.
I thought
Do you want to join? What is that on the table?
Cards.
Not the cards, you. What in the hells are you playing? No, what in the hells are you playing at?
I think it's morning. Sorry. I've not been able to be very sarcastic.
Oh.
I don't know what time it is though. Well,
What are you
besides the fact that
playing
it's midnight.
at?
They're playing cards, Ash
You're
says.
throwing from the deck of many things. If you want to
Would you
join
like
the
a
game.
card?
You can draw a card if you wish, and receive
You might get.
a very valuable prize. You may choose anything.
No.
Possession
You might.
of anyone at the table.
Hey,
A
let's
number
not
of
get that handsy.
things equal to the number of cards you draw.
One card is not worth one person. I found a dome.
Oh no.
One person.
Go
Yeah,
crazy,
one
go stupid.
possession,
Full
say.
send it. Full
One
send, you
thing.
have my permission to be wild.
One thing.
4 cards equal one person.
I might even consider not spilling the beans that you went back for the Hoard.
Blame that dumb fuck. He did it.
Points at Schaefer's corpse that's gone.
The possession of someone at the table.
Hey, we're not getting that handsy. It's an item.
Ash makes a
Not
point to be
person.
like, I'm not playing.
Prisoners of the sigil
We are people,
are
not objects.
possessions.
Evie's
We are
shaking her head like
people.
Evie's
Ash
shaking
is-
her head. Evie's
has
shaking her head like
Still, and
Evie's looking at Dahlia. Sorry.
He
My
has-
prize
No.
No.
is
Evie look-
Jenny.
No.
Sir?
And he
Sir,
draws a
sir,
card.
I am snatching that hand of his.
Oh
I am
no.
snatching his hand. Sir, if
The
you
card
are
is already in
wanting-
his hand.
I have
Oh
his
my
hand.
God.
I am using
Kill
his
him.
hand
Kill this man.
over.
Kill this man. Kill this man.
He turns it around.
I have his hand still and locked. That is a grapple, if you would like.
Mr. Election.
I am
What did he get?
grappling
What
his
did he get?
hand.
What did
I
he
am
get?
grappling his hand. He cannot move it.
Void. Void. Void.
What did he get?
He rolled.
97.
Okay.
Hold on,
97.
just a moment. 66
Also,
ruin.
what
Which
is that?
is?
All of his possessions are gone. All forms of wealth that you carry or
What?
own other than magic items are lost to you. Portable property vanishes.
Get
Businesses, buildings, and land you own
No.
are lost in a way that
There's-
alters reality the least.
Yeah,
If you have a
think I have to
bastion,
veto this.
see the DM's
I think
guide.
I
It is
have to
destroyed by
veto.
some calamity beyond your control. Any
I think I
documentation
have
that proves
to
you should
veto.
own something is also lost. No, lost
I-
to this card
I
also
think
disappears.
I think I have to veto
The
this for two
entire
reasons.
Hathor
I
family,
wish we could
the
delete
entire
it.
Hathor family has now lost all of their possessions, all of their social standing,
Yeah,
all of
I think as
Like, that would
spectacular as
break-
that
He
is, I
is
think
reduced
I
to
have
nothing.
veto it.
but the clothes on his back.
That would be
That would be
spectacular.
fun.
However, I desperately think I must veto this for 2 reasons.
What?
1, the very obvious, as iconic as that is, he would not recover. Like,
Exactly,
he can't
Leanne.
function.
Exactly.
2,
Think about it.
2,
Think about the
consider
legendary, immortal crash out potential.
the legendary mortal crash out potential. But consider, like, here's the thing, right? Evie is a prisoner of the Hallsman, and he personally directly considers her his property already.
I was
So,
gonna
like,
say.
Forms
that
of
would
wealth.
kill
Leanne,
Evie.
no, it wouldn't. Forms of wealth. It's not all of his property, it is forms of wealth that you carry
Can
on.
Can you do a second roll just to see what it would be? To see if that would, to compare and contrast.
Void. Which just kills him.
Oh.
Well, that can't work either. Fuck. Could you try a third roll?
Remember, he would be brought back.
67, ruin again.
Oh.
He is not.
It really wants
prospered.
to make his day terrible.
I think
He has
that
earned it in every conceivable way.
The fuck? Okay.
consider
Okay.
a fourth roll.
Okay, Leanne, what is the main problem with him rolling ruin?
So the thing with him rolling ruin, right, is if he rolls that at this point in the arc,
Yeah?
he is going to be a level of like, he's not going to be functional.
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem, right? It's iconic and I love it, but he can't recover from that.
I think that's part of the point. I think that's part of what makes it so amazing. Because we are literally 2 sessions away from the end of the arc.
We're really that close to the end?
Yeah.
Wow.
Literally, next session is the session before, like, the obviously incoming big fight. I think it's
But yeah,
time.
I think
I think it's time. Unless you still veto it. Absolutely feel free.
let me think for a
But I
split
have
second.
stated my
'cause
case of how fucking
It's
amazing
a remarkable
it is.
case,
Because
and I
let's be
really love
honest-
it.
Let's be honest. It's
That's the
one
thing too, though.
session.
If he loses everything, then Captain would just kick him to the curb. That's the other reason that kind of
Yeah, he's there for his
Implode.
At the
status.
same time, I don't think that would necessarily be quite so obvious, and he would very much desperately try to convince that.
The Hather family losing everything would be news, though.
that would be
Not
that'd
yet.
be international news.
Not yet. It wouldn't reach across the entire... They don't have internet. They
Fair,
are
fair.
isolated.
Mm.
But can't the party see the card he just drew?
Yes, but, like... I'm going to say he will still have power on the ship.
If he stays first mate,
He stays first mate.
God, I don't know, because that's the thing, right? This feels like this gives him a narrative defeat that isn't, like, it's up to fate, if that makes sense.
Leanne, I'm going to,
Like, this is-
I'm going to say something in DMs.
Okay, let me see. Because the thing is, yes, I do see that angle. Yes, I see that angle too. Oh,
Ooh.
okay. You know what? I didn't see the vision. I see the
You see
vision.
the vision now.
Go crazy, go stupid. Go crazy, go
He
stupid.
draws the card,
Full spin, that's
holds it
it.
up
You have my blessing.
triumphantly above his head, as it and the deck disintegrate. His rings melt away into nothing. His earrings gone. His clothes begin to tatter. As suddenly he is ruined.
Evie sees this and she puts her hand over her mouth as she gasps.
Shall we end the session there? Oh wait, hold on. Actually, before that,
Yeah.
we'll go to still, I guess.
Also,
Yeah.
can we? No, Phil, crash out a little. Crash out, Queen. You've earned it. Crash out a little.
Myself?
No, as him.
No, as in, like, yeah, as him.
Yeah.
I don't think the enormity of the situation has hit him. He doesn't necessarily know what the card does yet.
Oh, do you think everyone at that table is not gonna immediately react and be like,
What?
"Whoa"?
Just... what did you do? Okay, actually the deck doesn't vanish. The deck is still there.
She
Deck is still
looks
there.
at his
But
eyes,
the
looks
card,
at the deck.
the card vanishes because
Oh,
it
that's
goes
fair.
back into the deck.
Yeah.
She looks at his eyes. She looks at the deck. She looks at the rest of both parties. Like she looks at her side of the table, their side of the table, and her hand's still over her mouth.
And keep in mind what his prize was for this.
Oh, I know. She locks eyes with him and she goes, You drew ruin.
His hands are kind of... You know that clenching thing you do? Where, like, you don't close them into a fist, they're just, like...
Claw,
grasping at
where
the
it's, like,
air,
locked
just
in.
clawing, locked into themselves.
Yeah.
He is doing that. He is shaking. Asher, having returned to their joint room, sees a completely empty room save for a plain bed.
Holy shit.
Oh.
All that marble, all that gold.
Just
God.
wood. Just wood planks now. Hold on. Let me do that to his room. Let me do that to his
Oh.
room. Let me ruin him. Build mode.
Build mode, she says with demonic intent. I'm glad. This is one of those moments where like you step back and you're like, I trust the DM and I trust their creative freedom. This I see it now. I get it now, actually.
Let
I was
her
apprehensive.
cook.
Let her cook. Exactly.
In fact, actually, no. No. Oh, yeah, wait. Okay, Asher sleeps in the study or in the bathroom?
He sleeps in the study on the floor.
Okay.
He has like a rug and some pillows.
Yeah, of course. I've got it represented as a hammock here.
Valid.
But, yes. Haitha's room is empty.
Oh.
Her hand shakes as she looks at him.
And he screams at the top of his lungs. I'm going to be honest, I want to be able to prepare for this crash out.
Exactly. If you
Will
want to
you
cut it
there?
there, that's fine. If you want
I
him to
will
grab her,
Not
that
cut
yank
it,
her off
I will
screen.
move perspectives to still. Oh yeah, Still's in... You were still resurrecting Still in the same room, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kneeling.
Okay,
one
still
hand on
is going
Still's
to
chest.
come back. Still
Still's
kind
coming
of
back to that.
Awesome.
rehydrates, comes back from effectively mummification, gasping as I rolled on the resurrection complication table. You suffer 5 levels of exhaustion,
Oh, that's valid.
Oh
Ooh.
shit.
as well as the like -4 to rolls from the, you know, having just been
For
resurrected.
like 4 long rests.
So, for the next, like, 5 rests, you are completely way less effective. Hold on.
Ash looks at Still and is like, welcome back.
You feel like you haven't slept in a year.
Dahlia comes out and leads him back to their cell. Like, come on, let's go get you some rest.
Dahlia's not here right now. This is in the room where the game happened.
Yeah, she's, like I said, she is watching what's going on.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
She's watching through the keyhole.
Yeah.
And would have
But I have
assumedly
a-
been shut up when Haitha barged in.
Precisely. But I
Yeah.
have a suspicion she's about to get a lot more than she bargained for.
Okay, so do you want the 2024 version or the 2014 version of exhaustion?
The 2024 version is infinitely less crippling. I find it way more interesting if we go 2014.
Yeah, because, like, you're already getting massive dice penalties. We're going 2014.
Yeah.
So, for the next
I could
4
roll a-
re-
I could have a
So,
minus
for the next
14 to
4
all
rests,
rolls.
you have cumulative -4, 3, 2, 1 to your D20 rolls. But also,
Ooh.
disadvantage on ability checks. Your speed is halved, and right now it's reduced to 0. Hit point maximum halved, and disadvantage on
Ooh.
attack rolls and saving throws. So basically, you have disadvantage on everything, -4 to everything, 0 speed, and half hit point maximum. You are hardly considered alive. Your soul was ripped out of your body. Still feebly
Ooh.
gestures towards the puddle of Edgar. It bubbles vaguely before returning to rest. No.
But at least it's alive. At least it's alive.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And we will end the session there.
Oof.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye,
Say
Dad. Love to
goodbye,
appreciate you.
stream.
Bye.
Goodbye, stream.
Stream.